The Book of Heaven. Volume 11. O my Jesus, heavenly prisoner! The sun is setting, darkness invades the earth, and you remain alone in the tabernacle. It seems to me to see you sad in the solitude of the night because you do not have with you the crown of your sons and your tender wives, who could at least keep you company in this voluntary imprisonment. O divine prisoner, I am heartbroken to have to say good evening to you. I wish I didn't have to say good night anymore, not having the courage to leave you alone. I say good evening with my lips, but not with my heart. Better, I leave my heart with you. I will count your heartbeat and match mine. I will comfort you, I will let you rest in my arms. I will be your vigilant sentinel, I will make sure that nothing comes to sadden you. Not only do I not want to leave you alone, but I also want to share all your suffering. O heart of my heart, O love of my love, leave this air of sadness and be consoled. I have no heart to see you afflicted. While I say good night with my lips, I leave you my breath, my affections, my thoughts, my desires, and my movements. They will form a chain of acts of love. Who will surround you like a crown and who will love you in the name of all. Aren't you happy, O Jesus? You say yes, don't you? O prisoner of love, I am not finished. Before leaving, I also want to leave my body in front of you. I want to make of my flesh and bones many small pieces, so that they may form as many lamps as there are tabernacles in the world. With my blood, I want to make many small flames that will shine on these lamps. I want to place in every tabernacle my lamp which, with the lamp of the sanctuary, will enlighten you and tell you, I love you, I adore you, I bless you, I make reparations and I thank you for me and for all. O Jesus, let us make a pact, let us promise to love each other more and more. You will give me more love, you will envelop me with your love. You will make me live in your love and you will immerse me in your love. Let us strengthen our bonds of love. I will only be happy if you give me your love, so that I can truly love you. Bless me, bless us all. Hold me on your heart, imprison me in your love. I leave you by placing a kiss on your heart. Good night, O Jesus. O my Jesus, sweet prisoner of love, here I am again before you. I left you saying good night and I come back now saying good day. I was anxious to come back for tell you again my most ardent desires and offer you my loving heartbeat, as well as my whole being. I want to blend into you as a token of my love for you. O my adorable love! Coming to give myself totally to you, I also come to receive you totally. Since I cannot exist without there being a life in me, I want that life to be yours. Everything is given to the one who gives everything, isn't it? So, today, I will love you with your heartbeat of passionate lovers. I will breathe with your throbbing breath in search of souls. I will desire your glory and the good of souls with your infinite desires. I will make all the heartbeat of creatures flow into your divine heartbeat. Together, we will seize all creatures and save them all, leaving none of us. Even at the cost of all sacrifices. Even if I had to bear all the sufferings. If you wanted to keep me away, I would throw myself more into you. I would shout louder to plead at your side for the salvation of all your children, my brothers. O my Jesus, my life and my all! How many things your voluntary imprisonment awakens in me. Souls are the reason. It is love that binds you so strongly to them. It seems that the words soul and love make you smile and weaken you to the point of causing you to give in on all points. Seeing these excesses of love, I will always stay with you with my usual refrain, souls and love. O my Jesus, I want everything from you. I want you to always be with me. In prayer, in work, in pleasures and in displeasures. In my food, in my movements. In my sleep, in short, in everything. Being unable to get anything on my own, I am sure that with you I will get everything. That everything we do contributes to lessen your suffering, to soften your bitterness, to be repaired for offenses, To pay you back for everything. To get all conversions. Even in difficult or desperate cases. We will go and seek love in all hearts to make you happier. Isn't that right, O Jesus? Dear prisoner of love. Bind me with your chains, seal me with your love. Please show me your face. How beautiful you are. Your blonde hair sanctifies my thoughts. Your calm and serene forehead in the midst of so many offenses gives me peace and makes me calm in the midst of the greatest storms of my privations of you and your whims that cost me my life. I know you know all this, but I continue anyway. It is my heart that tells you these things, it knows better than me how to say them. O love, your azure eyes shining with divine light. Lift me up to heaven and make me forget the earth. However, for my greatest pain, my exile continues. Quick, fast, O Jesus! O Jesus, yes you are beautiful. It seems to me to see you in your tabernacle of love. The beauty and majesty of your face seduce me and make me see heaven. At any time. Your gracious mouth fucks me tenderly. Your sweet voice invites me to love every moment, your knees support me. Your arms enclose me with indissoluble bonds. And I want to put thousands of burning kisses on your adorable face. Jesus, Jesus! Let our wills be one. Let our love be one. May our happiness be one. Never leave me alone. Because I am nothing and because nothing can be without the whole. You promise me, O Jesus. It seems to me that you are saying yes. Now bless me, bless us all. In the company of angels, saints, sweet Mother and all creatures. I say to you, have a good day, O Jesus, a good day. The two prayers that precede, I wrote them under the influence of Jesus. At dusk, he came back and told me that he was keeping that good night and good day in his heart. He said to me, my daughter, really, these prayers come out of my heart. Whoever recites them with the intention of being with me, as it is said in these prayers, I will keep him with me and in me to do everything I do. Not only will I warm him with my love, but, each time, I will increase my love for him, uniting it with the divine life and with my own desire to save all souls. I want to. Jesus in my mind. Jesus on my lips. Jesus in my heart. I want to. Look only at Jesus. Hear only Jesus. To press me only against Jesus. I want to. Do everything with Jesus. To love with Jesus. Suffer with Jesus. Play with Jesus. Pleurer avec Jesus. Écrire avec Jesus. Sans Jesus, je vermim pas respirer. Je vais rester ici sans rien faire comme un petit fille dissipée. De sorte que Jesus devra venir tout faire avec moi, contenté d'être son jouet, m'abandonnant à son amour. À ses soucis. À ses caprices amoureux. Jusque ce que je fasse tout avec lui. Comprends-tu, O Jesus? Cest ma volonté et tu ne me feras pas changer d'idée. Maintenant, viens écrire avec moi. Je poursuivis dans monde état habituel quand monde toujours aimable Jesus vint. Je lui dis. Comment se fait-il, O Jesus? Tu après que tu is dispose un âme à souffrir et que, connaissant elle bien de la souffrance. Elle aime souffrir et croyant que sa destinée est de souffrir, elle souffre presque avec passion, tu éloignes d'elle ce trésor. Jesus répondit. Ma fille. Monde amour est grand, malheur est insurpassable. Mes enseignements sont sublimes. Mes instructions sont divines, créatrices et inimitables. Ainsi, quand un âme s'est entraînée à souffrir et tu en arrive au point d'aimer la souffrance, alors, afin que toutes choses, large or small, natural or spiritual, painful or pleasant, may have a unique color and value in this soul. I make sure that suffering is embedded in his will as well as his property. As a result, when I send her sufferings, she is willing to accept and love them. It's as if she's suffering all the time, even when she's not suffering. The soul comes to do everything in holy indifference. For her, pleasure is as valuable as suffering. Praying, working, eating, sleeping, etc., have the same value for her. It may seem to him that I am taking back some things already given, but it is not so. At first, when the soul is not yet well trained, its sensitivity intervenes when it suffers, prays, or loves. But when, by practice, these things have passed into his will as being his own, his sensitivity ceases to intervene. And when the opportunity comes to put into action the divine dispositions, which I have made her acquire, she exercises them with a firm step and a peaceful heart. If suffering presents itself, it finds in it the strength and life of suffering. If she is to pray, she finds in herself the life of prayer. And so on for everything else. From what I understand, things are as follows. Suppose I am given a gift. So, until I have determined what I will do with this gift, I look at it. I appreciate it and I feel a certain sensitivity to love this gift. But, if I lock it up and don't look at it, that sensitivity stops. In doing so, I cannot say that the gift is no longer mine. It is even the opposite, since, being under lock and key, no one can steal it from me. Jesus continued. In my will, all things hold hands, look alike and agree. Thus, suffering gives way to pleasure by saying, I have done my part in the divine will, and only if Jesus will, I will return. Fervor says coldly, you will be more ardent than me if you are content to abide in the will of my eternal love. In a similar way, prayer speaks to action. Sleep speaks the day before. The disease speaks to health, etc. In short, each thing gives way to another, although each has its distinct place. For the person who lives in my will, you don't have to travel to do what I want. It is constantly in me and responds like an electric wire that does what I want. I continue in my usual state. My kind Jesus was crucified, accompanied by a soul that offered itself to him as a victim. He said to me, my daughter, I accept you as a suffering victim. Whatever you suffer, you will suffer as if you were with me on the cross. In doing so, you will relieve me. The fact that your suffering gives me relief is not always noticeable to you. Mais sach que j'étais un victime paisible et un hostier. Toi aussi, je veux pas que tu sois un victime opprimé, mais un victime paisible et joyeuse. Tu seras comme un petit anneau docile. Tes bellements, cesta dire tes prières, tes souffrances et ton travail serviront à panzer mes plaies. Je me trouves dans monde état habituel. Jesus vint et me dit. Ma fille, tout ce que tu m'offres, même un seul soupir, je le recueille comme un gage d'amour. Je te donne en retour mes gages d'amour. Ainsi, ton aim put dire, je viste gages que me donne monde bien-aimé. Il poursuivit. Ma fille bien-aimée, puisque tu viste ma vie, on peut dire que ta vie a pris fin. Et puisque cenest plus toi qui vis, mais moi. Whatever we can do to you pleasant or unpleasant, I receive it as if it were done to myself. This translates into the fact that whatever is done to you pleasant or unpleasant, you do not feel anything. So there is someone else who feels this pleasure or displeasure in your place. This someone is none other than me, I who live in you and who loves you very, very much. After seeing several souls with Jesus, including one who was more sensitive, Jesus said to me, my daughter, when a soul of a more sensitive temperament begins to do good, it progresses faster than others. Because her sensitivity guides her to bigger and more difficult undertakings. I prayed for that he removes from this soul his remnants of human sensitivity and That he squeezes her more on him, telling her that he loves her. For he would completely conquer her as soon as she understood that he loved her. You will see that you will succeed, I said to him. Didn't you win me in this way by telling me that you loved me very, very much? Jesus said to me. Yes, yes, I will, but I want his cooperation. Let her escape as much as possible from the people who excite her sensitivity. I asked him, my love, what is my disposition, tell me. He replied. The soul that lives in my will loses its disposition and acquires mine. We find in her a temperament. Attractive. Pleasant. Penetrating. Dignified and of a childish simplicity. In short, she looks like me in everything. She dominates her temperament as she wants and as necessary. Since she lives in my will, she possesses my power. So she has everything in herself. Depending on the circumstances and the people she meets, she takes my temperament and disposes of it. I continued, tell me, will you give me a first place in your will? Jesus smiled. Yes, yes, I promise you. I will never leave you out of my will. And you will take and do whatever you want. I added. Jesus, I want to be poor, poor, small, small. I don't want anything, not even your own things. It's better if you keep them yourself. I only want you. And if I need something, you will give it to me, won't you, oh Jesus? He replied, bravo, bravo, my daughter. Eventually, I found someone who doesn't want anything. All of them want something from me, but not the whole, that is, me only. You, by wanting nothing, you want everything. This is the finesse and cunning of true love. I smiled and he disappeared. On my return, my all and ever kind Jesus said to me, my daughter, I am love and I made the creatures all of love. Their nerves, bones and flesh are woven with love. After having woven them with love, Jai fate couleur du sang dans toutes leurs particules pour les remplir de vie d'amour. Ainsi, la créature n'est autre qu'un complexe d'amour qui n'est peut s'émouvoir que dans l'amour. Il peut y avoir des varietés d'amour, mais c'est toujours dans l'amour qu'elle s'émeut. Il peut y avoir l'amour divin, l'amour de soi, l'amour des creatures, l'amour du mal. Mais toujours l'amour. La créature ne peut faire autrement. Parce que c'est amour, crée par l'amour éternel. Ainsi, l'est attiré vers l'amour par une force irrésistible. Même dans le mal, dans le péché, il y a un amour qui pousse la créature à agir. Ah! Ma fille, tu n'est pas ma douleur de voir que, par un mauvais usage, la créature profane l'amour dont j'lai pour vous. Pour garder cet amour qui est sorti de moi et dont j'lai comblé, je reste auprès d'elle comme un pauvre mendiant. Quand elle bouge, respire, travaille, parle ou marche. Je mendie tout d'elle, je la supplie de tout me donner en lui disant, ma fille, je demande rien d'autre que ce que j'ai done. C'est pour ton propre bien, ne me vole pas ce qui est à moi. La respiration est men, ne respire que pour moi. Le battement de cœur est mien, que ton cœur ne palpite que pour moi. Le mouvement est mien, ne bouge que pour moi. Et ainsi de suite. Mais, dans ma plus grande douleur, je suis forcé de voir. Le battement de cœur prendra une direction, la respiration une autre. Et moi, pauvre mendiant. Je reste l'estomac vide pendant que les creatures ont leur estomac rempli. De leur amour propre et même de leurs passions. Peut-il exister un plus grand mal que celui-là? Ma fille, je verdeverser monde amour et ma douleur en toi. Seulement l'âme qui m'aime peut compatir avec moi. This morning, when my kind Jesus came, I said to him, O my heart, my life, and my all, how can one know if someone loves only you or also loves others? He replied, My daughter, if the soul is filled with me to the edge, to the point of overflowing, that is, if she think only of me, seeks only me, speaks only of me and loves no one but me. If it seems that nothing but me exists for her and that everything else bores her, at most, it grants only crumbs to what is not God, for example to the things necessary for natural life. This is what the saints do. This is how I did for myself and with the apostles, giving only indications of what to eat or on where to spend the night. Behave in this way vis-a-vis nature. Does not hurt love or true holiness, and this is a sign that one loves only me. But if the soul butterflies from one thing to another, thinking of me at one time and something else the next, talking about me at one point, then at length about something else, and so on, this is a sign that this soul does not love that I, and I am not happy about it. If she only grants me his last thought, his last word, its last action, it's a sign that she doesn't love me. Even if she gives me some things, they are just miserable debris. And that's how most creatures do. Ah! My daughter, those who love me are united to me like the branches on the trunk of a tree. Can there be a separation, an oversight or a different food between the branches and the trunk? They have the same life, the same goals, the same fruits. Better yet, the trunk is the life of the branches and the branches are the glory of the trunk. They are the same. This is how souls who love are in relation to me. Finding me in my usual state, my kind Jesus came and said to me, My daughter, the soul that lives in my will loses its disposition and acquires mine. In my disposition, there are many melodies that constitute the paradise of the blessed. My sweetness is music. My goodness is music. My holiness is music. My beauty is music. My power, my wisdom, my immensity, and everything else are music. Participating in all the qualities of my temperament, the soul receives these melodies. Through her actions, even the smallest ones, she emits melodies for me. Hearing these melodies, I recognize music from my will, that is, from my temperament. And I hasten to listen to him. I love her so much that she rejoices me and consoles me for all the harm that other creatures do to me. My daughter, what will happen when this soul arrives in heaven? I will place it before me. Je Jaurai ma musique etl Jaura la sien. Nos melodies se croisiront et chacun trouvera son echo en l'autre. Tous les bienheureux sauront que cet âme est le fruit de ma volonté. Le prodige de ma volonté. Et tout le ciel jouera d'un nouveau paradis. Ces aimes, je répète sans cesse. Le ciel n'avait pas de cri, je le crierai pour toi uniquement. En ces aimes, je place le ciel de ma volonté. Je fais dels mes vraies images. Et je me balade dans le ciel tout rempli d'allégresse et en jouant avec elles. Je le répète. Sigenemas pas place dans le sacrament. Pour toi seul je le ferais, afin que tu sois un vrai hostier. In fact, these souls are my true hosts, and as I cannot live without my will, I cannot live without these souls. They are not simply my true hosts, but my Calvary and my very life. These souls are more dear to me than the tabernacles and consecrated hosts themselves. Because, in the host, my life ceases when species are consumed. While in these souls my life never ceases. Better, these souls are my hosts on earth, and they will be my eternal hosts in heaven. For these souls, I add, if I had not incarnated in my mother's womb, I would have incarnated only for you, and for you only, I would have suffered my passion. For I find in you the true fruit of my incarnation and my passion. This morning Father G offered himself to our Lord as a victim. I prayed to Jesus to accept this offering. My ever-kind Jesus said to me, "My daughter, I accept her with great heart. Tell him that his life will no longer belong to him, but to me. And that he will be a victim as I was during my hidden life. During my hidden life, I was a victim for the whole interior of man by repairing for his evil desires, thoughts, tendencies, and affections. What man does externally is none other than the expression of his interior. If so much evil can be seen on its exterior, what about its interior? Repairing for the interior of the man cost me dearly. It took me to do it for 30 years. My thoughts, my heartbeat, my breaths and desires were always attached to thoughts, heartbeat, breaths and to the desires of man. In order to make reparation for his wrongdoing and to sanctify them, I choose him as a victim associated with this aspect of my hidden life, and I want all his inner life to be united to me and offered to me, with the intention of satisfying for the inner faults of other creatures. I do this for good. Since, as a priest, he knows better than anyone the interior of souls and all the rot that is there. Thus, he will better understand how much my state as a victim has cost me, this state in which I want him to take part, and not only him, but also others he will approach. My daughter, tell him the great grace I give him by accepting him as a victim. For becoming a victim is equivalent to receiving a second baptism, and even more. Since I thus raise it to the level of my own life. As the victim must live with me and of me, I must wash him of all filth. By giving him a new baptism and by strengthening it in grace. So, from now on, he will have to consider everything he does as mine rather than his own. Whether he prays, speaks, or works, he will say that these are my own things. Then Jesus seemed to look all around, and I said to him, "What are you looking at, O Jesus? Aren't we alone?" He replied, "No, there are people. I gather them around you to have them with me." I added, "Do you love them?" He replied, "Yes, but I would like them more relaxed, more confident, braver, more intimate with me, and without any thought for themselves. They must know that the victims are no longer in control of themselves. Otherwise they would cancel out their victim status." Then, having to cough a little, I say, "Jesus, make me die of tuberculosis. Quickly, quickly, bring me, take me with you." He said, "Don't let me see you unhappy, otherwise I suffer." "Yes, you will die of tuberculosis. Patient just a little more. And if you don't die of physical tuberculosis, you will die of tuberculosis of love. Please do not go out of my will. For my will be your paradise. Better yet, you will be the paradise of my will. As many days as you live on earth, so many paradises I will give you to heaven." Jesus continued to tell me about the victimhood, telling me, "My daughter, baptism at birth is given by water. It has the virtue of purifying, but not of removing tendencies and passions. On the other hand, the baptism of the victim is a baptism by fire. He does not only have the virtue of purifying, but also that of consuming evil and evil passions. I myself baptize the soul little by little. My thoughts baptize his thoughts. My heartbeat his heartbeat, my desires his desires. And so on. This baptism takes place between me and the soul to the extent that it gives itself to me without taking back what it has given me. That is why, my daughter, you don't feel bad tendencies or anything like that. This stems from your victim status. I tell you this to console you. Tell Father G to be very attentive, for this is the mission of the missions. The apostolate of the apostolates. I always want it with me and everything absorbed in me. I found myself. I felt a great desire to do the most holy will of Jesus blessed. He came and said to me, "My daughter, life in my will is the holiness of holiness. The soul that lives in my will, however small, ignorant, or unknown she may be, leave the other saints behind. Even with their prodigies, conversions, and resounding miracles. Truly, these souls are queens, it is as if all the others were at their service. It seems that they do nothing, but, in reality, they do everything. For, being in my will, they act divinely in a hidden and surprising way. They are a light that illuminates, a wind that purifies, a fire that burns, a miracle that makes miracles happen. Those who perform miracles are channels, but the power resides in these souls. They are the feet of the missionaries, the language of the preachers, the strength of the weak, the patience of the sick, the authority of the superiors, the obedience of the subjects, tolerance of slandered, insurance in dangers, the heroism of the heroes, the courage of the martyrs, the holiness of the saints, and so on. Being in my will, they contribute to all the good that can exist in heaven and on earth. That is why I can say that they are my true hosts. Living hosts, not dead. The accidents that form the sacramental hosts are not filled with life and do not influence my life. While the soul is full of life, doing my will, it influences and contributes to all that I do. That is why these hosts consecrated by my will are more dear to me than the sacramental hosts, and if I have a reason to exist in the sacramental host, it is to form these hosts of my will. My daughter, I feel so much delight in my will that, simply to hear someone speak of it, I overabundate with joy and call all heaven to the feast. Imagine what will happen to the souls who live in my will. In them I find all my happiness and I fill them with happiness. Their lives are those of the blessed. They seek only two things, my will and my love. They have little to do and yet they do everything. Their virtues being absorbed by my will and love, these souls no longer have to worry about them, since my will possesses everything in a divine and infinite way. So is the life of the blessed. Finding me in my usual state, my ever-kind Jesus made himself all sad and said to me, "My daughter, they don't want to understand that everything consists of to give oneself to me and to do my will in everything and always. When I have obtained this, I stimulate the soul and say to it, my daughter, take this joy, this comfort, this relief, this refreshment." However, if the soul takes these things before to have given himself completely to me and to do my will in everything and always, they are human acts, while after that they are divine acts. As these are my things, I am no longer jealous and I say to myself, if she takes a legitimate pleasure, it is because I want it. If she negotiates with people, if she legitimately converses, I want to. If I didn't want to, she would be ready to stop everything. Also, I put everything at his disposal. Since everything she does is the effect of my will and not hers. Tell me, my daughter, what have you missed since you gave yourself to me completely? I have given you my tastes, my pleasures, and everything from me for your contentment. This in supernatural order. But in the natural order too. I have not let you lack anything, confessors, communions, etc. Even more, since you only wanted me, you didn't want a confessor so often. But as I wanted everything in abundance for the one who wanted to deprive herself of everything for me, I didn't listen to you. My daughter, what pain I feel in my heart when I see that souls do not want to understand this, even those who are considered the best. This morning my ever-kind Jesus came and said to me, my daughter, my will is the center, while the virtues are circumference. Imagine a wheel in the middle of which all the spokes are concentrated. What would happen if one of the rays wanted to detach from the center? First, this ray would make a bad impression and, second, it would be useless. Since, detached from the center, he would no longer receive life and would die. In addition, in its movement, the wheel would get rid of it. This is my will for the soul. My will is the center. All things which are not made in my will and only to conform to it, even if they are holy things, virtues, or good works, are like rays detached from the center. They are lifeless. They can't please me. I do everything to dismiss and punish them. I was in my usual state and, as soon as I came, Jesus said to me, "My daughter, the souls who will shine the most, as precious stones in the crown of my mercy, are the most confident souls. Because the more confident they are, the more space they give space to my mercy to pour into them all the graces she wants. On the other hand, souls who do not have true confidence sulk my graces, remain poor and poorly equipped, while my love remains withdrawn and suffers greatly, so as not to suffer so much and to be able to pour out my love freely. I care more about souls who trust than about others. In these souls, I can pour out my love, have fun, and cause love contrasts. Since I am not afraid that they will feel offended or afraid. Rather, they become braver and use everything to love me more. In short, confident souls are those where I pour out my love the most. Those who receive the most graces and who are the richest." I continued in my usual state and, as soon as I came, Jesus said to me, "My daughter, human nature tends towards happiness with irresistible force, and this with good reason, since it was created to be happy with eternal and divine happiness. But to their great detriment. Some focus on a single flavor. Others in pairs. Others with 3 or 4. While the rest of their nature remains either empty and tasteless, or embittered and bored. In fact, human tastes, even those who are said to be holy, are mixed with human weakness and unable to reach their full capacity. In addition, I make sure to make bitter these human tastes to be able to better communicate to the soul my innumerable flavors, which have the strength to absorb all human tastes. Can we give greater love? To be able to give the maximum, I remove the minimum. To be able to give the whole, I remove the nothing. However, this way of operating is not well received by creatures. I was in my usual state. Blessed Jesus came briefly and said to me, "My daughter, I sometimes allow faults in a soul who are unloves to be able to tighten it more strongly on me, and get him to do greater things for my glory. These mistakes lead me greater compassion for his miseries, to love him more and to increase his charisms, which causes this soul to do greater things for me. These are excesses of my love. My daughter, my love for creatures is great. See the sunlight. If you could extract atoms from it, from each you would hear my melodious voice say to you, 'I love you, I love you, I love you.' You couldn't count those 'I love you.' You would be drowned in love. I tell you, I love you, I love you, I love you in the light that fills your eyes. I love you in the air you breathe. I love you in the whistling of the wind that rocks your hearing. I love you in the heat or cold felt by your touch. I love you in the blood that flows through your veins. My heartbeat says I love you to your heartbeat. I tell you again, I love you with every thought of your mind. I love you with every gesture of your hands. I love you with every step of your feet. I love you with every word you say. Nothing happens inside or outside of you without an act of my love for you. One I love you does not wait for the other. And your I love you to you, how many are there for me? I have remained confused and stunned internally and externally under this avalanche of I love you from my Jesus, while my I love you for him are so rare. And I said, "Oh my loving Jesus, who could compare to you?" I could barely stammer a few words, compared to what Jesus made me understand. He added, "True holiness requires doing my will by reordering everything in me. Just as I keep all things ordered for the creature must order everything for me and in me. My will keeps all things in order." This morning, finding myself in my usual state, I was thinking about how to be consumed in love. My blessed Jesus came and said to me, "My daughter, if the will wants only me, if intelligence is only interested in knowing me, if the memory remembers only me, this is the way of being consumed in love by the 3 faculties of the soul. Same thing for the senses, if a person speak only of me, to priest the ear only to what concerns me, rejoices only in my things, works and walks only for me, if his heart loves only me, desires only me, this is consumption in love by the senses. My daughter, love is a sweet enchantment that gives the soul blind to all that is not love and all eyes for all that is love. For the one who loves, if what his will encounters is love, it becomes all eyes. If what her will encounters is not love, she becomes blind, stupid, and she does not understand anything. Same thing for the language. If she has to talk about love, she feels a lot of light in her words and she becomes eloquent. Otherwise, she begins to stutter and becomes mute. And so on. Finding me in my usual state, blessed Jesus comes briefly. As I felt some discontent, he said to me, "My daughter, true love does not lend itself to discontent. Rather, he knows how to take advantage of a feeling of discontent to change it into a very beautiful feeling of contentment. Moreover, being the contentment of contentments, I cannot tolerate any discontent in a soul that loves me. For I would feel his discontent more than if it were my own. And I would be forced to give her everything he needs to make her happy. Otherwise, there would be fibers between us. Heartbeat or thoughts in conflict. What would make us lose our harmony and what I cannot tolerate in a soul that truly loves me. True love acts out of love or refrains from acting, it asks by love and gives by love. He ends everything in love. He dies out of love and is resurrected out of love." I said to him, "Jesus, it seems that you want to thwart me by your words, but know that I will not give in. For now, yield to me out of love, make a gesture of love for me and give in on what is so necessary for me, what I hold so dear. For the rest, I surrender totally. Otherwise, I will be unhappy." He replied, "Do you want to win by dint of discontent?" He smiled and disappeared. This morning, seeing me very overwhelmed, my always kind Jesus made me drink from his heart. Then he said to me, "My daughter, if someone wanted to drill a hole in a hard object or change its shape, that object would be broken. But if the object is made of soft material, it can be pierced or given the desired shape without breaking it. And if we want to bring it back to its original form, it lends itself to it without problem. So it is for the soul that lives in my will. I can do whatever I want with it. At some point I hurt her. To another I embellish it, to another I enlarge or transform it. The soul lends itself to everything, does not oppose anything. I still have it in my hands and I continually rejoice in it." Continuing in my usual state, I felt overwhelmed by the deprivation of my ever-loving Jesus. He came and said to me, "My daughter, when you are without me, use this deprivation to double, triple, 100-fold your acts of love towards me, thus forming in you and around you an environment of love, in which you will find me as more beautiful and in a new life. In fact, wherever there is love, I am there. There can be no separation between me and the soul that truly loves me, we form one and the same thing because love seems to create me, to give me life, to feed me, to make me grow. In love, I find my center and I feel recreated, although I am eternal, without beginning or end. The love of the souls who love me rejoices me as long as I feel like I have been remade. In this love, I find my true rest. My intelligence, my heart, my desires, my hands and feet rest in the intelligence of the one who loves me, the heart that loves me. In the desires of the one who desires only me. In the hands that work only for me. In the feet that walk only for me. I rest in the soul that loves me. And, by her love, she rests in me, finding me in everything and everywhere." Continuing in my usual state, I complained to my Jesus about his privations. He said to me, "My daughter, when, in a soul, there is nothing that is not foreign to me or nothing that is not mine, there can be no separation between her and me. If the soul has no desire, thought, affection, or heartbeat that is not mine, then or I keep this soul with me in heaven, or I stay with her on earth. If this is how things are going in you, why are you afraid that I will separate myself from you?" Feeling a little ailing, I said to my ever-kind Jesus, When will you take me with you? Please, O Jesus, that death will separate me from this life and unite me with you in heaven. He said to me, for the soul that lives in my will, there is no death. Death is for the one who does not live in my will. Because he has to die to many things, to himself, to passions and to the earth. But he who lives in my will has nothing to die for, already he is accustomed to living in heaven. For him, death is nothing but to deposit his remains. As someone who takes off his poor man's clothes to put on a royal garment. To leave his country of exile and take possession of his homeland. The soul that lives in my will is not subject to death or judgment. His life is eternal. Everything death had to do, love has already done. And my will has reordered the soul completely within me, so that there is no matter for judgment in it. So, stay in my will. And when you least expect it, you will find yourself in my will in heaven. Continuing in my usual state, blessed Jesus came briefly and said to me, my daughter, the soul that lives in my will is a sky, but a sky without sun and stars. Because I am the sun of this sky and my virtues are its stars. How beautiful this sky is! Anyone who knows him becomes in love with it. I myself am particularly in love with it. Since I occupy the center of it as a sun and I fill it constantly. New light rays. A new love and new graces. How good it is to be in this sky when its sun shines there. That is, when I caress the soul and fill it with my charisms. Touched by the love of this soul, I collapse and rest in it. Amazed, all the saints gather around me. There is nothing more beautiful on earth and in heaven for me and for all. How beautiful this sky is when its sun is hidden, that is, when I deprive the soul of me. How the harmony of its stars, which are peace and love, can then be particularly admired. Its atmosphere, calm, serene and fragrant, is not subject to clouds, rain, or storms. Because it is in the center of the soul that the sun hides. Or the soul is hidden in the sun and the stars are invisible. Or the sun is hidden in the soul and the harmony of the stars is visible. This sky is beautiful in both cases. He is my happiness, my rest, and my paradise. This morning, after communion, I said to my ever-kind Jesus, to what state I am reduced, it seems that everything is moving away from me, sufferings, virtues, everything. Jesus said to me, my daughter, what's going on? Do you want to waste time? Do you want to get out of your nothingness? Stay in your place, in your nothingness, so that the whole can keep its place in you. You must die completely in my will. To suffering, to virtues, to everything. My will must be the coffin of your soul. In the coffin, nature is consumed to the point of disappearing completely. Subsequently, she is reborn to a new and more beautiful life. In the same way, the soul buried in my will must die. To his suffering. Its virtues end. To his spiritual possessions. To then resurrect magnificently to the divine life. Ah! My daughter, it seems that you want to imitate the socialite. Which tends to what is temporal. Without worrying about what is eternal. My beloved, why don't you want to learn to live only in my will? Why don't you want to live only from the life of heaven while you are still on earth? My will must be your coffin and love the lid of this coffin, a lid that takes away the hope of coming out. Every thought centered on oneself, including the virtues, is a gain for oneself and moves away from the divine life. Whereas if the soul thinks only of me and what concerns me, it takes within itself the divine life and, in doing so, it escapes the human and acquires all possible goods. Did we understand each other well? This morning, finding me in my usual state, blessed Jesus came briefly and said to me, my daughter, I feel your breath and I am refreshed from it. Your breath refreshes me not only when I am near you, but also when others talk about you or the things you have said to them for their own good. Through them, I feel your breath, I find myself happy with it and I say to you, my daughter sends me her refreshment also through others. Because if she hadn't been careful to listen to me, She could not have done this good to others. So, it comes from her. Thus, I love you more and I feel compelled to come and converse with you. He added. True love must be exclusive. When it is about someone else, even on a holy and spiritual person, he makes me nauseous and bored. In fact, only when the love of the soul is exclusively for me, I can be the lord of this soul and make of it what I want. So is the nature of true love. If love is not exclusive, there is things I can do and others that I cannot do. My lordship is obstructed, I do not have full freedom. It's an uncomfortable love. Being with my ever-kind Jesus, I complained. Because, in addition to being deprived of him, I felt my poor heart cold and indifferent to everything, as if he had no more life. What a pitiful state! I was even unable to cry over my misfortune. I say to Jesus, since I am unable to weep over myself, you, Jesus, have mercy on this heart, that you have loved so much and to whom you have promised so much. He said to me, my daughter, don't grieve for something that's not worth it. As for me, rather than grieving for what is happening to you, I am happy with it and I tell you, rejoice with me, because your heart belongs totally to me. Since you feel nothing of the life of your heart, I am alone in feeling this. You must know that when you feel nothing in your heart is in my heart, where he rests in a gentle sleep and fills me with joy. If you feel your heart, then enjoyment is common to us. Let me do it, after that I will have given you rest in my heart and that I will have enjoyed your presence. I will come to rest in you. And I will make you enjoy the contentment of my heart. Ah! My daughter! This state is necessary for you, for me, and for the world. It is necessary for you. For if you were awake, you would suffer greatly when you saw the chastisements that I am currently sending into the world and those that I will send. It is therefore necessary to keep you in sleep so as not to make you suffer too much. Your state is also necessary for me. Indeed, how much I would suffer if I did not condescend to what you wanted, since you would not allow me to send punishments. At certain times when it is necessary to send punishments, it may be better to choose adjoining paths so that everything is less difficult. Your state is also necessary for the world. Indeed, if I poured into you by making you suffer as I have already done, it would make you happy since the world would be spared from punishment. But it would also mean that faith, religion, and salvation would be even more suffering, given the attitude of souls in these times. Ah! My daughter, let me do it, may I keep you awake or asleep? Didn't you tell me to do with you what I wanted? Would you, by chance, take your word back? I say to Jesus. Never, oh Jesus! It's more that I'm afraid I've become bad and that it's because of that I feel in this state. Jesus continues. Listen to my daughter, if it was because a thought, affection, or desire that is not mine has entered into you, you would be right to be afraid. But if this is not the case, it is a sign that I keep your heart in me wherever I make it sleep. The time will come or I will awaken it, then you will resume the attitude of before. And, as you are rested, everything will be greater. He added, I make souls of all kinds. Those asleep by love, ignorant of love, fools of love, scholars of love. Of all this, do you know what interests me the most? May everything be love. Everything else, everything that is not love, deserves no attention. This morning, as soon as he arrived, my ever-kind Jesus said to me, my daughter, my love is symbolized by the Sunday. The sun rises majestically, although, in reality, it is always fixed and never rises. Its light invades the whole earth and its heat fertilizes all plants. There is no eye that does not enjoy it. There is almost no good that does not benefit from its beneficial influence. That beings would not have life without him? He does his job without saying a word, without asking for anything. He does not disturb anyone and occupies no place on the earth that he floods with his light. Men take advantage of it at will, although they do not pay attention to it. This is my love. It rises for all like a majestic sun. It is not. No spirit that is not illuminated by my light. No heart that does not feel my warmth. No soul that is not set ablaze by my love. More than the sun, I am in the middle of all, even if few pay attention to me. Although I receive little return, I continue to give my light, my warmth, and my love. If a soul pays attention to me, I go crazy, but without clamor. For being solid, stable, and true, my love is not subject to weakness. This is how I would like your love to be for me. You would then be a sun for me and for all. Since true love possesses all the qualities of the sun. On the other hand, a love that is not solid, stable, and true can be symbolized by the fire of the earth that is subject to variations. Its light cannot illuminate everything, it is weak and mixed with smoke, and its heat is limited. If he is not fed wood, he dies and turns into ashes, and if the wood is green, it spits and smokes. Such are the souls who are not completely mine like my true lovers. If they do some good, even from the angle of holiness or conscience, it is more hubbub and smoke than light. They quickly perish and become cold as ash. Inconstancy is their characteristic, sometimes fire, sometimes ash. Finding me in my usual state, my ever-kind Jesus said to me, "My daughter, the soul that wants to forget itself must do his actions as if it were myself who was doing them. If she prays, she must say, 'It is Jesus who prays, and I pray with him.' If she is about to work, walk, eat, sleep, get up, have fun, it is Jesus who will work, walk, eat, sleep, get up, have fun." And so on. Only in this way can the soul come to forget itself, doing its actions. Not only because I agree, but because I'm the one who does them. One day, while I was working, I thought to myself, how is it possible that, when I work, not only Jesus works with me, but that it is He Himself who does the work? He said to me, "Yes, I do. My fingers are in yours and they are working. My daughter, when I was on earth, didn't my hands lower to work with wood, to drive nails, helping my adoptive father Joseph? Thus, with my hands and fingers, I created souls and divinized human actions by giving them divine merit. By the movement of my fingers, I called the movement of your fingers and that of other human fingers. And, seeing that this movement was made for me and that it was myself who did it, I extended my Nazareth life in every creature and I felt like I was thanked by them for the sacrifices and humiliations of my hidden life. As a girl, my hidden life in Nazareth is not considered by men. However, apart from my passion, I could not give them a greater gift. By lowering to all those little gestures that men have to do daily, like eating, sleeping, drinking, working, lighting the fire, sweeping away, I put in their hands small coins of divine value, of inestimable value. If my passion has redeemed them, my hidden life has attached to their deeds, even the most innocuous, divine merits of infinite value. Do you see? When you work, and you work because I work, my fingers flow into yours. While I work with you, at this very moment, my creative hands spread a lot of light in the world. How many souls I call out! How many others I sanctify, correct, chastise, etc. And you are with me, creating, challenging, correcting, and so on. Just as you are not alone in this, neither am I alone in my work. May I do you a greater honor. Who could say all that I understood, all the good that one can do to oneself and that we can do to others, when we do things as if Jesus was doing them with us? My mind gets lost and, therefore, I stop here. This morning, my ever-kind Jesus said to me, "My daughter, thinking about yourself blinds the mind and causes a human enchantment, forming a net around the person. This net is woven with weakness, oppression, melancholy, fear and all the evil in man. The more a person thinks about himself, even in the aspect of the good, the thicker this net becomes, the more the soul is blinded. On the other hand, do not think about yourself, but to think only of myself and to love only me in all circumstances is light for the spirit and causes a sweet and divine enchantment. This divine enchantment also forms a net, but a net of light, strength, joy, and trust, in short, a net of everything that belongs to me. No more a person thinks only of me and loves only me. The thicker this net thickens, to the point that the person no longer recognizes himself. How beautiful it is to see a soul surrounded by this net woven by divine enchantment. How beautiful, graceful, and dear this soul is to all heaven. It is the opposite of the soul fixed on itself. Having shown himself briefly, my ever-kind Jesus said to me, "My daughter, how saddened I am when I see a soul withdrawn into itself and acting on its own. I am near her and look at her. And seeing that she is unable to do what she does well, I wait for her to say to me, 'I want to do this, but I can't. Come and do it with me and I will do everything correctly.' Like what? I want to love, come and love with me. I want to pray, come and pray with me. I want to make this sacrifice, give me your strength, for I am weak," and so on. With pleasure and in the greatest joy, I will be there for everything. I am like a teacher who, having proposed an assignment to his student, is close to him to see what he will do. Unable to do well, the student worries, gets angry and even goes so far as to cry, but he does not say, "Master, show me how to do it." What is not the displeasure of the teacher, who thus feels counted for nothing by his student? That is my condition." He added. A proverb says, "Man proposes and God disposes." As soon as the soul proposes to do some good, to be holy, immediately I have the necessary around it, light, graces, knowledge of me and detachments. And if I do not reach the goal by this, then, by dint of mortifications, I see that nothing is missing for the goal to be achieved. But, oh! How many leave this structure that my love weaves for them? Very few persist and allow me to do my job. Finding me in my usual state, my ever-kind Jesus came briefly and said to me, "My daughter, except for love, virtues, however high and sublime they may be, always leave the creature distinct from its Creator. Only love transforms the soul into God and leads it to become one with Him. Only love can triumph over all human imperfections. However, true love exists only if his life and food come from my will. It is my will which, united with love, brings about true transformation in God. The soul is then in continuous contact with my power, my holiness, and all that I am. It can be said that she is another self. Everything is precious and holiness in her. It can be said that even his breath or the ground touched by his feet are precious and holy, because they are effects of my will." He added, "Oh! If all knew my love and my will, they would stop relying on themselves or others. Human support would end. Oh! How insignificant and uncomfortable they would find it. All would rely solely on my love. And since my love is pure spirit, they would feel perfectly comfortable there. My daughter, love wants to find the empty souls of everything, otherwise he cannot wrap them in his garment. It's like a man who wants to put on a suit so full that he could not adjust to it. He would try to put an arm in a sleeve, but he would find it blocked. Thus, the poor man could only give up the garment or make a bad impression. The same goes for love, he can only clothe the soul if he finds it totally empty. Otherwise, disappointed, he must withdraw." While I was praying for a person, Jesus said to me, "My daughter, about love, symbolized by the sun. It happens as for people who can conveniently do their work only if they keep their eyes down so that the sunlight does not blind them. If they fix their eyes on the sun, especially if it is noon, their vision is dazzled and they are forced to lower their eyes, otherwise they must cease their activity. The sun, meanwhile, does not suffer any damage and majestically continues its course. So it is, my daughter, for the person who truly loves me. Love is more than a powerful and majestic sun for her. If people see this person from a distance, his light joins them faintly and they can mock and denigrate him. But if they approach, the light of love blinds them and they move away to no longer think of it. Thus, the soul filled with love continues its course without even worrying about those who look at it, because it knows that love defends it and keeps it safe. I said to my ever-kind Jesus, my only fear is that you will leave me. Jesus said to me, my daughter, I can't leave you because you are not withdrawn and that you don't care about yourself. For the one who truly loves me, withdrawal and self-care, even for the good, create voids of love. Thus, my life cannot fill his soul completely. I feel like I'm sidelined. This provides me with opportunities to run away from my little ones. On the other hand, the soul who is not inclined to worry about his own things and who thinks only of loving me, I fill it completely. There is no point in his life where my life is not. And if I wanted to make my little getaways, I would destroy myself, which is impossible. My daughter, if souls knew how damaging withdrawal is, the more a soul looks at itself, the more human it becomes and the more she feels her miseries and becomes miserable. On the other hand, do not think that to me, that to love me, that to be totally abandoned in me straightens the soul and makes it grow. The more the soul looks at me, the more divine it becomes. The more she meditates on me, the richer, stronger and braver she feels. He added, my daughter, souls who keep themselves united to my will, which allow me to deposit my life in them and who think only of loving me are united to me like the rays in the sun. Who forms the sun's rays, who gives them life? Isn't it the sun itself? If the sun were not able to form its rays and give them life, it would not be able to deploy them to communicate its light and heat. The sun's rays promote its running and increase its beauty. So it is for me. By my rays, which are one with me, I extend to all regions. I spread my light, my graces and my warmth. And I feel more beautiful than if I had no rays. If we asked for a ray of sunshine, how many races he has done, how much light and heat he gave, then, if he had the reason, he would answer, I don't deal with that. The sun knows it and it's enough for me. If I had more land to give light and warmth to, I would. Because the sun that gives me life can do anything. On the other hand, if the ray started looking back to see what it has done, it would lose its way and darken. These are the souls who love me. They are my living rays. They don't question what they're doing. Their only concern is to remain united to the divine Sunday. If they wanted to withdraw into themselves, it would happen to them like this ray of sunshine, they would lose a lot. Continuing in my usual state, blessed Jesus came briefly and said to me, my daughter, I am inside and outside souls, but who experiences their effects? These are the souls who hold their will close to my will, who call me, who pray and who know my power and all the good I can do to them. Otherwise, it's like a person who has water in their house, but doesn't approach to drink. Even if there is water, she does not take advantage of it and she burns with thirst. Or, it's like a person who is cold and is near a fire, but doesn't approach it to warm up. Even if there is fire, they don't take advantage of that heat source. And so on. I want to give so much, what is not my sorrow to see that no one wants to enjoy my benefits? I write about things from the past. I thought to myself, the Lord has spoken. To some of his passion. To others of his heart. To others of his cross. And he talked about a lot of other things. I would like to know who was most favored by Jesus. My kind Jesus came and said to me, my daughter, do you know who has been favored more by me? The soul to whom I have manifested the wonders and power of my most holy will. All other things are parts of me. while my will is the center and life of all things. My will directed my passion, gave life to my heart and exalted the cross. My will encloses, grasps, and activates everything. So it is more than anything. Therefore, the person to whom I have spoken of my will has been the most favored. How much should you not thank me for admitting you into the secrets of my will? The person who is in my will is my passion, my heart, my cross, my very redemption. There is no difference between me and her. You must be completely in my will if you want to take part in all my possessions. Another time, when I was wondering, what is the best way to offer your shares? In repair, in adoration, or otherwise? My ever-benevolent Jesus said to me, my daughter, the person who lives in my will and acts because it is I who want to do so does not need to set his intentions himself. Since she is in my will, when she acts, prays, or suffers, I dispose of her deeds as I wish. If I want it to make reparation, I have it repaired. If I want love, I receive its acts as acts of love. Being the owner, I do with his things what I want. This is not the case for people who do not live in my will, they themselves dispose of their things and I respect their will. Another time, having read in a book about a saint, who, at first, had almost no need for food and who, subsequently, had to feed herself very often, her need being such that she cried if she was not given something. I wondered about my condition. Since, once, when I had taken very little food, I was forced to return it, and now I take more and I do not have to give it back. I was like, blessed Jesus, what's going on? This seems to me to be a lack of mortification on my part. It is my wickedness that leads me to these miseries. Jesus came and said to me, do you want to know why? I will rejoice you. In the beginning, that the soul may become completely mine. To empty it of all that is sensitive and to place in her all that is heavenly and divine, I even detach her from the necessity of food, in such a way that she almost no longer needs it. Thus, she touches with her finger that only Jesus is enough, that nothing is more to her necessary. She rises very high, despises everything and does not care about anything, her life is heavenly. Subsequently, after having trained the soul for years and years, I no longer fear that its sensitivity can play the slightest in it. Since after tasting the celestial, it is almost impossible for a soul to appreciate earthly things. So I bring her back to ordinary life. For I want my children to take part in the things I have created out of love for them, but according to my will, not their will. And it is only out of love for these children that I feed the other children. The fact of seeing these celestial children use natural goods with detachment and according to my will is for me the most beautiful repair. For those who use natural things outside of my will, how, then, can you say that there is evil in you because of what is happening to you? Not at all. What is wrong with taking in my will a little more or a little less earthly things? Nothing, nothing. In my will, nothing evil can be found. Everything is fine, even in the midst of the most insignificant things. Finding myself in my usual state, I complained to Jesus blessed about my poor state, saying to him, how is it that, in the past, you gave me so many graces, going so far as to crucify me with you, when now nothing is happening? Jesus said to me, my daughter, what do you say? Nothing is happening anymore? False. You are deluding yourself. Nothing is finished and everything is good for you. You need to know that all that I do in a soul is sealed with the seal of eternity and that there is no power that can prevent my grace from operating in a soul. All that I have done to your soul dwells and nourishes it continuously. If I have crucified you, this crucifixion remains. And this for all the times I have crucified you. I like to work in souls and put what I do in reserve. Afterwards, I continue my work without rejecting what I have done before. So how can you say that nothing is happening anymore? Ah! My daughter! Times are so sad that my righteousness reaches the point to block souls who want to take upon themselves the flashes of my righteousness to prevent them from falling on the world. They are the victims most dear to my heart. But the world forces me to keep them almost inactive. However, this is not immobility. For, being in my will, these souls do everything. Even if it seems that they do nothing. These souls embrace eternity. But, because of his wickedness, the world does not take advantage of it. This morning my ever-kind Jesus came briefly. He was very distressed and he was crying. I started crying with him. He told me, "My daughter, what oppresses us so much and makes us cry so much? That's the state of the world, isn't it?" I replied, "Yes." He said, "It is for a holy reason and without self-interest that we mourn. However, who considers this? On the contrary, they laugh at the affliction we have because of them. Ah! Things are only at their beginning. I will wash the face of the earth with their own blood." I then saw a lot of human blood being shed, and I said, "Ah! Jesus, what are you doing? Jesus, what are you doing?" Very distressed because of the deprivation of my kind Jesus, I prayed and repaired for all. But, in my extreme bitterness, I thought of myself saying, "Have mercy on me, Jesus, forgive me, aren't your blood and sufferings for me too? Are they less valuable to me?" My kind Jesus said to me inwardly, "Ah! My daughter, what do you say? Thinking of yourself, you regress. From owner that you are, you reduce yourself to the miserable condition of plaintiff. Poor girl! By thinking about yourself, you get poorer. For, in my will, you are the owner and you can take whatever you want. If there is anything you can do in my will, it is to pray and make amends for others." I say to Jesus, "My most sweet Jesus, you love very much that those who live in your will do not think of themselves, but do you think of yourself?" What a silly question! He replied, "No, I don't think about myself. Those who need something think for themselves. I don't need anything. I am holiness itself, happiness itself, immensity, height and depth itself. I lack nothing, absolutely nothing. My being contains all possible and imaginable goods. If a thought comes to me, it is the thought of humanity. Humanity has come out of me and I want it to come back to me. I place in the same condition as me the souls who really want to do my will. These souls are one with me. I make them owners of my property because there is no slavery in my will. That which is mine is theirs. What I want, they want. So if a soul feels the need for something for her, it means that it is not really in my will, or, at the very least, that it regresses, exactly as you are doing now. Doesn't it seem strange to you that the one who has chosen to be one with me, that one will, makes me requests for mercy, forgiveness, blood, suffering, while I have made her the owner of everything with me? I don't see what pity or forgiveness I can give him, since I have given him everything. J would have to pity myself or forgive myself, which cannot be done. So, I recommend you not to leave my will and to continue not to think about yourself, but only about others. Otherwise, you will impoverish yourself and feel the need for everything." Continuing in my affliction, I said to myself, "I don't recognize myself anymore. My sweet life, where are you? What do I need to do to find you? Without you, my love, I cannot find the beauty that beautifies me, the force that strengthens me, the life that invigorates me. I lack everything, everything is dead for me. Without you, life is more painful than any death, it is a continual death. Come, O Jesus, I can't take it any more. O Supreme Light, come, don't let me wait any longer. You let me touch your hands, and then, when I try to grab you, you walk away immediately. You let me see your shadow. And, as soon as I try to look in this shadow at the majesty And the beauty of my Son Jesus, I lose both, the shadow and the sun. Oh! Please, pity! My heart is in 1,000 pieces, I can no longer live. Ah! If at least I could die! While I was saying this, my ever-kind Jesus came briefly and he said to me, "My daughter! I am here, in you. If you want to recognize yourself, come to me, come and recognize yourself in me. If you come to recognize yourself in me, you will put yourself in order. Because in me you will find your image like me. You will find there everything you need to preserve and beautify this image. When you come to recognize yourself in me, you will also recognize your neighbor in me. And seeing how much I love you and how much I love your neighbor, thou shalt rise to the level of true divine love, and inside and outside of you, everything will be put in the true order, which is the divine order. But if you try to recognize yourself in yourself, first, you will not really recognize yourself because you will lack the divine light. Second, you'll find everything upside down. Miseries, weaknesses, darkness, passions, and everything else. This is the mess you will find inside and outside of you. Because all these things will be at war. Not only against you, but also between them. To know which one will hurt you the most. And imagine in what order they will place you in relation to your neighbor. Not only do I want you to recognize yourself in me, but, if you want to remember yourself, you must come and do it in me. Otherwise, if you try to remember yourself without me, you will do yourself more harm than good. It seems to me that this morning my ever-kind Jesus came in his usual way. He seemed happy to see me and to be with me from a familiar way. Seeing him so good, gentle, and affable, I forgot all my difficulties and privations. As he wore a crown of thorns large and thick, I said to him, "My sweet love and my life, show me that you always love me. Take this crown off your head and place it on my head with your hands." Without delay, he removed the crown from his head and pressed it on mine with his own hands. Oh! How happy I was to have the thorns of Jesus on my head, sharp, yes, but sweet. He looked at me with tenderness and love. Seeing myself thus looked at by Jesus, I said boldly, "Jesus, my heart, the thorns are not enough for me to be sure that you love me as before. Don't you also have the nails with which to nail me? Quickly, O Jesus, do not leave me in doubt. For the mere doubt of not always being loved by you gives me continual deaths. Pierce me." He said to me, "My daughter, I have no nails with me, but, to satisfy you, I will pierce you with a piece of iron." Thus, he took my hands and tore them widely, and he did the same for my feet. I felt like I was immersed in a sea of pain, but also of love and sweetness. It seemed to me that Jesus could not take away from me his tender and loving gaze. Placing his royal mantle on me, he covered me completely and said to me, "My sweet daughter, now cease your doubts about my love for you. If you see me preoccupied, or if I pass like lightning, or if I am silent, remember that a single renewal of my thorns and nails is enough to bring us back into our intimacy as before. Therefore, be happy and I will continue to spread plagues in the world." He also tells me other things, but the intensity of the pain prevents me from remembering it well. Then I found myself alone again, without Jesus. I poured into my sweet mother, crying and begging her to bring Jesus back. My mom said to me, "My sweet daughter, don't cry. You must thank Jesus for the way he behaves towards you and for the graces he gives you, not allowing you to stray from his most holy will in these times of chastisement. He could not give you greater graces." Jesus came back and, noticing that I had cried, he said to me, "Did you cry?" I said to him, "I cried with Mom. I didn't cry with anyone else, and I did it because you weren't there." He took my hands in his and relieved my suffering. He then showed me 2 great staircases connecting earth and heaven. There were several people on one of the stairs and very few on the other. The staircase on which there were very few people was of solid gold, and it seemed that the people there were other Jesus. The other staircase seemed wooden, and, as for the people there, they were almost all short and undeveloped. Jesus said to me, "My daughter, those who live their lives in mine go up the golden staircase. I can say that they are my feet, my hands, my heart, all myself, they are other myself. They are everything to me, and I am their life. All their actions are golden and priceless, since they are divine. No one is able to reach their height because they are my very life. Almost no one knows them because they are hidden in me. Only in heaven will they be perfectly known. On the wooden staircase there are more souls. It is souls who go through the path of virtues. This is fine, but these souls are not united to my life and continually connected to my will. Their actions are of wood and, therefore, of little value. These souls are short, almost emaciated. Because human goals accompany their good deeds. Human goals do not produce growth. These souls are known to all. Because they are not hidden in me, but rather in themselves. They will not cause any surprises to heaven. Because they were also known on earth. So, my daughter, I want you completely in my life with nothing in yours. I entrust you with the people you know, so that they may remain strong and constant in the staircase of my life." He pointed the finger at a person I know, and then he disappeared. May everything be for his glory. This morning, when my kind Jesus came, he tied me up with a golden thread and said, "My daughter, I don't want to tie you up with ropes and chains. Shackles and iron chains are for rebels and not for docile souls, who want as life only my will and as food only my love. For those, a simple thread is enough. Often, I don't even use a thread. These souls are so deep within me that they are one with me. And if I use a thread, it's more to have fun with them." While my sweet Jesus was holding me, I saw myself in the boundless sea of his will and, thus, in all creatures. I walked in Jesus' mind, in his eyes, in his mouth, in his heart and, at the same time, in the mind, the eyes and all the rest of the creatures, doing everything Jesus did. Oh! As one embraces everything when one is with Jesus, no one is excluded. He said to me, "He who lives in my will embraces everything, prays and repairs for all. He carries within him the love that I have for all. He surpasses everyone else." I had read that the one who is not tempted is not dear to God. And as it seems to me that for a very long time I do not know what temptation is, I mentioned this to Jesus. He said to me, "My daughter, he who lives completely in my will is not subject to temptation. Because the devil does not have the power to enter into my will. Moreover, he would not want to risk it by the fact that my will is light and that, because of this light, the soul would very quickly recognize his tricks and mock him. The enemy does not like to be mocked, it is for him more terrible than hell itself. He does everything to stay away from the soul that lives in my will. Try to get out of my will and you will see how many enemies will melt on you. He who is in my will carries high the flag of victory. And no enemy dares to attack him." In recent days, it seemed to me that my ever-kind Jesus wanted to talk to me of his holy will. He would come, say a few words, and leave immediately. I remember once he said to me, "My daughter, to the person who lives in my will, I feel the obligation to give my virtues, my beauty, my strength, in short, all that I am. If I didn't, I would deny myself." Another time, then, that I was reading about the severity of the Last Judgment and that I was very saddened, my sweet Jesus said to me, "My daughter, why do you want to sadden me?" I replied, "It's not up to you to be saddened, but to me." He said, "Ah! Don't you want to understand that when a soul lives in my will, feels displeasure, sadness, or anything else that makes her suffer, his suffering falls on me and I feel it as if it were mine? To the soul that lives in my will, I can say, the laws are not for you, there is no judgment for you. If I wanted to judge such a soul, I would behave like someone who acts against himself. Instead of having to be judged, this soul acquires the right to judge others. He added, the goodwill of the soul that does good exerts power over my heart. Her power is so great that it forces me to give her what she wants. Afterwards, a question came to me. What does Jesus love most, love or his will? He said to me, my will must take precedence over everything. See for yourself. You have a body and a soul. You are made up of an intelligence, flesh, bones, nerves, but you are not in cold marble, you also contain heat. Intelligence, body, flesh, bones and nerves are my will, while the warmth in the soul is love. Look at the flame and the fire, they are my will. While the heat they produce is love. Substance is my will and the effects of this substance are love. The two are so knotted that one cannot be without the other. The more the soul possesses the substance of my will, the more love it produces. I was immersed in Jesus and thought of his passion, especially what he suffered in the garden. He said to me, my daughter, my first passion was one of love. For the first reason why man sins is his lack of love. This lack of love made me suffer more than anything, it crushed me more than if I had been totally crushed. He gave me as many dead as there are creatures that receive life. A second passion was that for sins. Sin deceives God of the glory due to him. Also, to make reparation for the glory that God is deprived of because of sin, the Father made me suffer the passion for sins, each sin caused me a particular passion. I suffered as many passions as he committed sins and committed them until the end of the world. Thus, the glory of the Father was restored. Sin breeds weakness in man. I wanted to suffer my passion at the hands of the Jews, my third passion, to restore in man his lost strength. Thus, through my passion of love, love was restored and restored to its right level. Through my passion for sins, the glory of the Father was restored and restored to his level. By my passion suffered by the hands of the Jews, the strength of the creatures was restored and restored to its level. I suffered all this in the garden. Extreme bread. Multiple deaths. Excruciating spasms. All this in the will of the Father. Then I reflected on the moment when my kind Jesus was thrown into the torrent of the Kidron. He showed himself to be in a pitiful state, all soaked from these foul waters. He said to me, my daughter, creating the soul, I covered it with a coat of light and beauty. But sin takes away this mantle and replaces it with a cloak of darkness and ugliness, which makes her disgusting and nauseating. To remove this sad mantle from the soul, I allowed the Jews to throw me into the torrent of the Kidron, where I was as if wrapped inside and out, since these putrid waters even entered my ears, nostrils, and mouth. The Jews were disgusted to touch me. Ah! How much the love of creatures has cost me to the point of making me nauseous, including for myself. This morning my ever-kind Jesus came briefly and said to me, my daughter, the soul that does not do my will is not right to live on earth. His life is meaningless and aimless. It is like a tree that is unable to bear fruit or at best gives poisoned fruit. Who poison it itself and poison those who recklessly risk eating it, a tree that does nothing but steal from the farmer. Who painfully digs the ground around him. Thus, the soul that does not do my will maintains itself in the attitude of stealing from me. And his thefts turn into poison. It robs me of the fruits of creation, redemption, and sanctification. She steals from me sunlight, the food she takes, the air it breathes, water that quenches his thirst, the fire that warms it and the ground she walks. For all this belongs to the souls who make my will. Everything that belongs to me belongs to these souls. The soul that does not do my will has no rights. I continually feel robbed by her. She must be seen as an undesirable stranger and, as a result, she must be chained and thrown into the darkest prison. Having said this, Jesus disappeared like lightning. Another day he came and said to me, my daughter, do you want to know the difference between my will and love? My will is sun and love is fire. Like the sun, my will does not need food. Its light and heat are not subject to increase or decrease. My will is always equal to itself and its light always perfectly pure. On the other hand, fire, symbol of love, needs to be nourished by wood and, if it lacks it, it risks withering away to the point of extinguishing. The fire increases or decreases depending on the wood it is fed. Thus, it is prone to instability. His light risks being darkened and mixed with smoke if it is not regularized by my will. Continuing in my usual state and having received Holy Communion, my ever-kind Jesus said to me, "My daughter, my will is to the soul what opium is to the body." The poor patient who has to undergo an operation, the amputation of a leg or an arm for example, is asleep with opium. Thus, he does not feel the alertness of the pain, and when he wakes up, the operation is performed. He did not suffer too much thanks to opium. So it is with my will, it is for the soul the opium that sleeps. Intelligence, self-love, self-esteem, and everything that is human. It does not allow displeasure, defamation to the suffering, or inner pain to penetrate deep into the soul. Because he keeps her as asleep. Nevertheless, the soul retains the same effects and merits, exactly as if it had felt these sufferings deeply. With one imposing difference, however. Opium must be purchased and the person cannot take it often. If she takes it often, or even every day, she becomes confused, especially if she is of weak constitution. The opium of my will, on the other hand, is free and the soul can take it at any time. The more she takes, the more her reason is enlightened. If it is weak, it acquires the divine force. Afterwards, it seemed to me to see people around me. I say to Jesus, "Who are they?" He replied, "These are the ones I entrusted to you some time ago. I recommend them, watch over them. I want to form a bond between you and them to always have them around me." He pointed to one in particular. I say to Jesus, "Ah, Jesus, you have forgotten my extreme misery and nothingness, and how much I need everything. What should I do?" He replied, "My daughter, you won't do anything, just like you've never done anything. It is I who will speak and act within you, I will speak through your mouth. If you want and if these people have good dispositions, I will do everything. And if I have to keep you asleep in my will, I will wake you up when the time is right and make you talk to them. I will rejoice when I hear you speak of my will. Either in a state of wakefulness or asleep." I'm going to write down a few things that Jesus has told me in the last few days. I remember that, while feeling cold and indifferent, I was doing what I used to do. I thought to myself, who could say how much more glory I give to Jesus when I feel the opposite of what I feel now? Jesus said to me, "My daughter, when the soul prays fervently, it is incense with smoke that it sends me. When she prays feeling cold but without letting herself in anything foreign to me, it is smokeless incense that she sends to me. I like both. But I like smokeless incense more. Because smoke always causes some trouble to the eyes." As I continued to feel cold, my kind Jesus said to me, "My daughter, in my will, ice is more fiery than fire. What would impress you the most, to see ice burn and destroy everything that touches it, or fire turn things into fire? Definitely ice. Ah, my daughter, in my will, things change in nature. Thus, in my will, ice has the virtue of destroying everything that is not worthy of my holiness, making the soul pure, clear, and holy according to my taste and not according to its taste. Such is the blindness of creatures and also of people who are considered good. When they feel cold, weak, oppressed, etc., the worse they feel, the more they retreat within their will, forming a labyrinth to sink further into their troubles. Rather than making the leap into my will, where they would find cold fire, misery wealth, weakness strength, oppression joy. It is on purpose that I make the soul feel bad, to give it the opposite of what it feels. However, not wanting to understand this once and for all. The creatures render my designs on them in vain. What blindness! What blindness! Another day, Jesus said to me, "My daughter, see how the soul that lives in my will is nourished." He made me see a sun unfolding countless rays. It was so bright that our usual sun is just a shadow next to it. Some souls immersed in the light of this sun drank from its rays like breasts. Although these souls seemed totally inactive, all divine work was done by them. My ever-kind Jesus added, "Have you seen the happiness of the souls who live in my will and how my works are done through them? The soul that lives in my will is nourished by light, that is, by me. And, while she does nothing, she does everything. Whatever she thinks, does, or says, this is the effect of the food she takes, that is, the fruit of my will." Continuing in my usual state, I prayed to my sweet Jesus to be kind enough to share his sufferings with me. He said to me, "My daughter, my will is the opium of the soul. But my opium to me is the soul abandoned in my will. This opium from the soul prevents the thorns to sting me, the nails to pierce me, the wounds of making me suffer. He relieves everything in me, he puts everything to sleep. So if you have given me opium, how can you want me to share my sufferings with you? If I don't have them for myself, I don't have them for you either." I said to him, "Ah, Jesus, you're good to come to me with this. You make fun of me by taking words that allow you not to satisfy me." He replied, No, it's true, it's really like that. I need a lot of opium and I want you completely abandoned in me. So that I no longer recognize you as yourself, but as myself, and so that I can tell you that you are my soul, my flesh, my bones. In these times, I need a lot of opium. For if I wake up, I will pour out a flood of punishments." Then he disappeared. He came back a little later and added, "My daughter, it often happens to souls what happens in the air. Because of the bad smell that escapes from the earth, the air becomes heavy and a good wind is needed to eliminate this bad smell. Then, after the air has been purified and a beneficial breeze has begun to blow, we have the taste to keep our mouth open in order to better enjoy this purified air. The same thing happens to the soul. Often, complacency, self-esteem, the ego and everything that is human weighs down the air of the soul. And I am forced to send the winds, coldness, temptation, aridity, slander, so that they clean the air, purify the soul and put it back in its nothingness. This nothingness opens the door to the all, to God, who gives rise to fragrant breezes. So that, keeping the mouth open, the soul can better enjoy this beneficent air for its sanctification." I felt some discontent because of the privations of my ever-kind Jesus. He came briefly and said to me, "My daughter, what are you doing? I am the contentment of contentments. I am in you and I feel discontent. I recognize that it comes from you. And, therefore, I do not fully recognize myself in you. Indeed, discontent is part of human nature and not of divine nature. It is my will that what is human no longer exists in you, but only what is divine." Then, as I thought of my sweet mother, Jesus said to me, "My daughter, the thought of my passion has never left my dear mother." By this, she was completely filled with me. The same thing happens to the soul. By dint of thinking about what I have suffered, it comes to be completely filled with me. I was all afflicted because of the deprivation of my sweet Jesus. He came from behind, placed a hand on my mouth, and moved the sheets from the bed which were so close that they prevented me from breathing freely. He said to me, "My daughter, the soul that lives in my will is my breath. My breath contains all the breaths of all creatures. Thus I direct the breathing of all from this soul. That's why I kept the sheets away. For I, too, felt my breathing embarrassed. I said to Jesus, 'Ah, Jesus, what do you say? I rather feel that you have left me and that you have forgotten all your promises. He replied, My daughter, don't say that. You offend me and force me to make you feel for real what it means to be left by me. With great gentleness, he added. He who lives in my will vividly illustrates the fact that during my life on earth, although I seemed to be a man, I was still the beloved son of my dear Father. In the same way, the soul that lives in my will retains the coating of humanity, although my inseparable person from the Most Holy Trinity is within it. And the divinity says, this is another soul that we keep on earth. Out of love for her, we support the earth, because it replaces us in everything. This morning my ever-kind Jesus came and, clutching me on his heart, he said to me, My daughter, the soul that always thinks of my passion forms a source in her heart. The more she continues to think about my passion, the more this source grows. The waters of this spring are for all. Thus this source flows for my glory and for the benefit of this soul and all other souls. I said to him, Tell me, my God, what reward will you give to those who do the hours of passion in the way you taught me? He replied, My daughter, I will consider these hours, not as made by them, but as made by me. According to their dispositions, I will give them the same merits and the same effects as if I were suffering my passion. This, even during their life on earth. I couldn't give them a greater reward. Then, in heaven, I will place these souls before me. And I will throw arrows of love and contentment at them as many times as they have done the hours of my passion. And they will reciprocate. What a sweet enchantment it will be for all the blessed. He added, My love is fire, but not a material fire that reduces things to ashes. My fire invigorates and perfects. And, if he consumes something, it is all that is not holy. Desires, affections, and thoughts that are not good. This is the virtue of my fire, to burn evil and give life to good. If the soul does not feel in it any tendency to evil, it can be certain that my fire is in it. But if she feels fire mixed with evil in her, she can doubt that it is my true fire. As I prayed, I thought about the moment when Jesus left his most holy mother to go and suffer his passion. I thought to myself, how was it possible for Jesus to separate himself from his dear mother, and she from Jesus? Blessed Jesus said to me, My daughter, there could be no separation between me and my sweet mother. The separation was only apparent. There was a fusion between her and me. This fusion was such that I dwelt with her and she with me. It can be said that there was a kind of bilocation. It also happens to souls when they are truly united with me. If, while they are praying, they let prayer enter their souls as life, a kind of fusion and bilocation occurs. I bring them with me wherever I am, and I stay with them. My daughter, you can't fully understand what my beloved mom was to me. Coming to earth, I could not be without heaven, and my heaven was my mother. There was a kind of electricity between her and me, so she had no thought that she wasn't pulling from my mind. What she got out of me? Words will desires, actions, gestures, etc. Formed the sun, stars, and moon of this heaven, added to all possible delights that the creature can give me and that it can enjoy itself. Oh! How I enjoyed in this heaven! How I felt rewarded for everything! The kisses my mom gave me contained the kisses of all creatures. I felt my sweet mom everywhere. I felt it in my breath and, if I worked, it softened my work. I felt it in my heart and, if I felt bitter, it softened my suffering. I felt it in my footsteps and, if I was tired, it gave me strength and rest. And who could say how much I felt it during my passion? With each whiplash, at each thorn, with each injury, with every drop of my blood, I felt her, fulfilling her function as a true mother. Ah! If souls turned everything over to me, if they drew everything from me, how many heavens and mothers I would have on earth! I was in my usual state when my ever-kind Jesus said to me, My daughter, I want in you real consumption. Not imaginary, but true. Although carried out in a simple way. Suppose a thought comes to you that is not for me, then you must renounce it and substitute a divine thought for it. In this way, you will have consumed your human thought for the benefit of a life of divine thought. In the same way, if the eye wants to look at something that displeases me or does not refer to me and the soul renounces this, it destroys his human vision and acquires a life of divine vision. So on for everything else in your being. Oh! How I feel these new divine lives flow into me, taking part in all that I do. I love these lives so much that I give up everything out of love for them. These souls are first before me. When I bless them, others are blessed through them. They are the first to benefit from my graces and my love. And through them, others receive my graces and love. As I prayed, I united my thoughts to the thoughts of Jesus, my eyes in the eyes of Jesus, and so on, with the intention of doing what Jesus does. With his thoughts, his eyes, his mouth, his heart, etc. It seemed to me that Jesus' thoughts, his eyes, etc. were spreading for the good of all. It also seemed to me that I, too, united with Jesus, was spreading myself for the good of all. I was like, what kind of meditation I do? Ah! I'm no longer good at anything. I'm not even able to think about anything anymore. My ever-kind Jesus said to me, "My daughter, what do you say? Do you grieve for that? Rather than grieving, you should rejoice. For when you meditated and made beautiful reflections, you only partially espoused my qualities and virtues. Currently, since the only thing you are able to do is to unite and identify with me, you take me entirely. Good for nothing when you are alone. You are good at everything when you are with me. Then you want the good of all. Your union with my thoughts gives life to holy thoughts in creatures, your union in my eyes gives life to holy looks in creatures. Your union with my mouth gives life to holy words in creatures, your union to my heart, to my desires, to my hands, to my steps, to my heartbeat gives many lives. These are holy lives. Since the creative power is with me and since, therefore, the soul that is with me, creates and does everything I want. This union between you and me, thought to thought, heart to heart, etc., produces in you to the highest degree the life of my will and the life of my love. By this life of my will, the Father is formed and through this life of my love, the Holy Spirit is formed. Through deeds, words, works, thoughts and all that comes from this will and love, the Son is formed. So this is the Trinity in your soul. Thus, if we want to operate, it is indifferent that we operate by the Trinity in heaven, or by the Trinity in your soul on earth. That is why I continue to keep everything else away from you, even if they are holy and good things. To be able to give you the best and the holiest, that is, I, and to be able to make you another self, as far as it is possible for a creature. I don't think you'll complain anymore, will you? I said, "Ah, Jesus, I rather feel that I have become very bad, and the worst thing is that I am unable to identify this wickedness in me, so that at least I can do everything to eliminate it." Jesus repeated, "Stop, stop. You want to go too far in your personal thoughts. Think of me, and I will take care of your wickedness too. Did you understand? The soul that has no appetite for good feels a kind of nausea and repulsion for good. So it is God's refusal." As I prayed, I saw my kind Jesus in me and several souls around me who said, "Lord, you have placed everything in this soul." Reaching out to me, they said, "Since Jesus is in you and he has all his possessions with him, take those goods and give them to us." I was confused and blessed Jesus said to me, "My daughter, all possible goods are found in my will. It is necessary for the soul that lives there to feel confident and to operate as if she were the owner with me. Creatures expect everything from this soul. If they do not receive, they feel defrauded. However, How can this soul give if it does not operate with me with confidence? Therefore, confidence to be able to give, simplicity to be able to communicate easily with all, and unselfishness. This is what is necessary for the soul that lives in my will to be able to live totally for me and for others. This is how I am. He added, My daughter, it happens to the soul that lives in my will as to a grafted tree. The power of the graft has the virtue of destroying the life of the tree that receives it. As a result, we no longer see the leaves and fruits of the original tree, but those of the graft. What if the original tree said to the transplant, I want to at least keep a small branch of me so that I, too, can give some fruit and people know that I still exist? The registry would reply, You no longer have any reason to exist after accepting that I graft on you. Life is totally mine now. In the same way, the soul that lives in my will can say, My life is over. It is no longer my labors, my thoughts, and my words that come out of me, but the works, thoughts, and words of the one whose will is my life. To him who lives in my will, I say, You are my life, my blood, my bones. True sacramental transformation occurs not by virtue of the words of the priest, but by the virtue of my will. As soon as a soul decides to live in my will creates me in that soul. And, by the fact that my will flows in the will, the works, and the steps of this soul, it undergoes so many creations. It's like a ciborium filled with consecrated particles. There is as much Jesus as there are particles, one Jesus per particle. In the same way, by the virtue of my will, the soul that lives in my will contains me in all his being, as well as in each of its parts. The soul that lives in my will is in eternal communion with me, a communion with all its fruits. Finding myself in my usual state, I complain to my ever-kind Jesus of my miserable state. Vehemently, I said to him, Life of my life, so you no longer have compassion for me. Why live? You don't want to use me anymore, it's all over. My bitterness is so great that I feel petrified by the pain. Moreover, while I keep myself abandoned in your arms as if I had no thought for my great misfortune, others, and you know who I am talking about, say to me, What's going on? Maybe it's that you've made mistakes or you're distracted. Even worse, while they're telling me this, I feel like I don't want to hear them. It is as if they were coming to interrupt the sleep in which you keep me, in the arms of your will. Ah! Jesus, maybe you don't realize how hard this suffering is for me, otherwise you would come to my aid. And I was telling him a lot of other silly things like that. Jesus said to me, My daughter, my poor daughter, they want to overwhelm you, don't they? Ah! My daughter, I do so much to keep you at peace and they want to disturb you. No, no. Know that if you had offended me, I would be the first to be saddened and to tell you. So if I don't tell you anything, don't worry. But do you want to know where all this comes from? Demon. He is consumed by rabies. Every time you talk about the effects of my will to those who approach you, he becomes furious and, as he cannot approach directly the souls who live in my will, he seeks in the entourage people who, under the appearances of the good, will disturb the serene heaven of the soul where I love so much to dwell. From a distance, he waves his lightning and thunder, thinking he is doing something. But, poor of him, the power of my will breaks his legs and makes his lightning and thunder fall back on him. And he gets even more furious. Moreover, what you say is not true. You must know that for the soul that truly lives in my will, the virtue of my will is so great that, if I approach this soul to send chastisements, finding my will and my own love in this soul, I don't want to punish myself. I feel hurt and I falter. Rather than chastise, I throw myself into the arms of this soul that contains my will and love, and I rest there filled with joy. Ah, if you knew in what constraint of love you put me, and how much I suffer when I see you the slightest trouble because of me, you would be happier and others would stop boring you. I said to Jesus, you see, O Jesus, all the evil I do, to the point of making you suffer." Jesus immediately resumed, "My daughter, do not be troubled by this. The sufferings that come to me from the love of a soul also contain great joys, because true love, although it brings suffering, is never separated from great joys and indescribable contentments. When I pray, well, that I do not know how to explain myself well, and that what I say might well be subtle pride on my part, I never think of myself and my great misery, but always to console Jesus, to be repaired for sinners and to intercede for all." As I wondered about this, my ever-kind Jesus came and said to me, "My daughter, what's going on? Are you worried about that? You must know that when a soul lives in my will, she feels that she has everything in abundance. This corresponds well to the truth, since my will contains every conceivable good. It follows that she feels the need to give rather than receive. That she feels that she does not need anything, and that, if she wants something, she can take everything she wants without even asking for it. And since my will has an irresistible inclination to give, the soul is happy only when it gives. And the more she gives, the more she is thirsty to give. It annoys her when she wants to give and she can't find anyone to give to. My daughter, I put the soul that lives in my will in the same dispositions as me. I share with him my joys and my sufferings. Everything she does is sealed by selflessness. It is the real sun that gives warmth and light to all. The sun, while it gives to all, takes nothing from anyone. Because it is superior to everything, and because no one on earth can match the greatness of his light and fire. Ah! If creatures could see a soul that lives in my will, they would see it as a majestic sun doing good to all. Even more, they would recognize me in this sun. One sign that the soul really lives in my will is that it feels the need to give. Did you understand? I was thinking about the hours of passion and the fact that they are without indulgences. This means that those who do them earn nothing. While there are many prayers enriched with indulgences. With great kindness, my ever-kind Jesus said to me, "My daughter, a few things can be gained by indulgent prayers. But the hours of my passion, which are my own prayers and which overflow with love, come from the depths of my heart. Would you have forgotten how long it took us to compose them, and that through them punishments have been transformed into graces throughout the earth? My satisfaction with these prayers is such that, rather than indulgences, I give the soul an overabundance of love accompanied by graces of an incalculable price. When they are made in pure love, they allow my love to pour out. And it is not trivial that the creature can give relief to his Creator and allow him to pour out his love. I was thinking about the fact that my blessed Jesus has changed things. Now, when he leaves me, I no longer remain petrified as before. I find at the moment my natural state. I do not know what happened. However, the mere thought that whoever has authority over me might want to know what is happening to me puzzles me. But my good Jesus, who watches over each of my thoughts and who wants none to be discordant, came and he said to me, "My daughter, would you like me to use ropes and chains to keep you tied up? This was sometimes necessary in the past. I kept you with great love, even affecting not to hear your lamentations. Remember. Now I no longer see this as necessary. For more than 2 years, I prefer to use more noble chains, those of my will. And I tell you incessantly about my will and its sublime and indescribable effects, which I haven't done for anyone before. Examine as many books as you want, in no time will you find what I have told you about my will. In fact, it was necessary for me to bring your soul to its present state. My will intervened, holding captive every one of your desires, words, thoughts, and affections, until your tongue speaks of my will eloquently and enthusiastically. That's why you're annoyed when you're asked for explanations about the fact that your Jesus doesn't come as before. You have been captured by my will and your soul suffers when one comes to disturb its sweet enchantment." I said to him, Jesus, what do you say? Leave me, leave me. It was my wickedness that reduced me to this state. Jesus smiled, and as he pressed me more on him, he said to me, it's impossible for me to leave. For I cannot separate myself from my will. If you have my will, I must be with you. My will and I are one, not two. In fact, let's look at the situation. What harm have you done? I said to him, my love, I don't know. You just told me that your will keeps me captive, how can I know? Jesus said, ah. Don't you know? I replied. I can't know because you always keep me in the heights and you don't give me time to think about myself. As soon as I try to think about myself, you scold me. Either severely to the point of telling me that I should be ashamed to do this, or lovingly by drawing me to you with such force that I forget everything about myself. So how do I know? Jesus continued. If you can't do it, that's how I want it. My will wants to occupy all the place in you. Otherwise, she would feel deprived of something that belongs to her. This is how she makes sure to prevent you from thinking about yourself, knowing that when it takes the place of everything for a person, there can be no harm in him. I watch jealously over you. I said, Jesus, are you making fun of me? He replied, my daughter, I have to make you understand how things are. Listen, to help you attain this noble and divine knowledge about my will. I behave with you as if we were two lovers who love each other madly. In the first place, I have given you the ecstasy of my humanity so that, knowing who I am, you may love me. And to win your love totally, I used stratagems of love. You certainly remember it. It is not necessary for me to make a list. Second, you have been taken by my will. As you could no longer be without me, it was necessary. May the ecstasy of my will take over from the ecstasy of my humanity. All I did before was to dispose of you to the ecstasy of my will. Surprised, I said to him, what do you say, O Jesus? Your will is an ecstasy. He replied, yes, my will is perfect ecstasy. And you stop that ecstasy when you think about yourself. But I will not let you win. Great punishments will come soon, even if you do not believe in them. You and the one who directs you will believe when you see. It is necessary that the ecstasy of my humanity be interrupted, although not completely. I will let the sweet enchantment of my will invade you, so that you will suffer less when you see the punishments. I was thinking about my current state, how little I suffer. Jesus said to me, my daughter, everything that happens to the soul, bitterness, pleasure, contrasts, deaths, deprivations, contentments, is nothing but the fruit of my continual work so that my will may be perfectly fulfilled there. When I have obtained this, everything is done, everything is peace in this soul. It seems that even suffering stands far from this soul. Since the divine will is more than suffering, it replaces everything and surpasses everything. Everything in this soul seems to pay homage to my will. And when the soul has reached this point, I prepare it for heaven. This morning my ever-kind Jesus showed himself, imbued with extraordinary gentleness and affability, as if he wanted to tell me something very important for him and very surprising for me. Kissing me and pressing me his heart, he said to me, my beloved daughter, all the things that the creature does in my will, prayers, actions, steps, etc., acquire the same qualities, the same life and the same value as if it were me who made them. See, all the things I have done on earth, prayers, sufferings, works, remain operating and will be eternally for the good of those who want to enjoy them. My way of acting differs from that of creatures possessing the creative power. I speak and create exactly as one day I spoke and created the sun. He who gives his light and warmth continuously without ever diminishing, as if he were being created. This was my way of operating on earth. Since I had in me the creative power, the prayers, deeds, and works I did, and the blood which I have shed, are still in action. Just like the sun in its continual act of giving its light. Thus, my prayers continue. My steps are always in the action of chasing souls, and so on. Now, my daughter, listen to something very beautiful that is not yet understood by creatures. The things that the soul does with me and in my will are like my own things along with his. By the union of his will with my will, what she does contributes to my creative power. These words of Jesus made me ecstatic and plunged me into a joy that I could not contain. I said to him, "How can this be, O Jesus?" He replied, "He who does not understand this can say that he does not know me." Then he disappeared. I don't know how to put it right, but it's the best I can do. Who could say all that he made me understand? It seems to me that I have just said nonsense. I had informed my confessor that Jesus told me that the divine will stands at the center of the soul and that, diffusing its rays like a sun, she gives light in mind, holiness to actions, strength in steps, life in the heart, power to words and everything, and let her stand there too, so that we cannot escape him and to be continuously at our disposal. Jesus also told me that the divine will is in front of us, behind us, to our right, to our left and everywhere, and that it will also be at the center of us in heaven. The confessor, for his part, argued that rather, it was the most holy Eucharist that is at the center of us. Jesus came and said to me, "My daughter, I stand at the center of your soul, so that holiness is easy to achieve and so that it is accessible to all, in all conditions, in all circumstances and anywhere." It is true that the Holy Eucharist is also at the center. But who instituted it? Who forced my humanity to lock itself in a small host? Isn't this my will? My will has supremacy over everything. If everything was in the Eucharist, priests, who make me come into their hands from heaven and who, more than anyone else, are in contact with my sacramental flesh, should they not be the holiest and the best? However, many are the worst. Poor of me, how do they treat me in the Holy Eucharist? And the many souls who receive me, even every day. Shouldn't they all be saints if the Eucharist were enough? In reality, and this is to be made to cry, many of these souls always remain at the same point. Vain, irascible, picky, etc. Poor Eucharist, how dishonored she is! On the other hand, we can see mothers who live in my will, without being able to receive me every day because of their condition. Not that they do not desire it, and who are patient and charitable, and which exude the fragrance of my Eucharistic virtues. Ah! It is my will in them that compensates for my most blessed sacrament. In fact, the sacraments produce fruit according to whether the soul is adjusted to my will. And if the soul is not adjusted to my will, it can receive communion and remain on an empty stomach. Go to confess and stay dirty. A soul can come before my sacramental presence. But if our wills do not meet, I will be like dead for her. My will alone produces all goods. It gives life to the sacraments themselves. Those who do not understand this show that they are babies in religion. Finding me in my usual state, blessed Jesus showed himself within me. He was so identified with me that I could see his eyes inside my eyes, his mouth inside my mouth, and so on. He said to me, "My daughter, see how I identify with the soul that lives in my will, I am one with her. I become his own life. Because my will is inside and outside of it. It can be said that my will is like the air it breathes and which gives life to everything. Like the light that allows you to see and understand everything. Like the heat that warms, fertilizes, and makes grow. Like the throbbing heart. Like the working hands. Like walking feet. When the human will unites with my will, my life is formed in the soul." Having received communion, I said to Jesus, "I love you." He replied, My daughter, if you really want to love me, say, Jesus, I love you with your will. As my will fills heaven and earth, your love will invade me from everywhere, and your I love you will resonate in heaven and to the depths of the abyss. Similarly, if you want to tell me, I adore you, I bless you, I praise you, I thank you, thou shalt say it united with my will. And your prayer will fill heaven and earth. Worship, blessings, praise, and thanks. In my will, everything is simple, easy and immense. My will is everything. What are my attributes? Simple acts of my will. Thus, if justice, goodness, wisdom and strength take their course, my will precedes them, accompanies them, and puts them in a position to act. In short, my attributes cannot exist without my will. The soul that chooses my will chooses everything, and it can be said that his life has come to an end. No more weaknesses, temptations, passions, and miseries, everything has lost its rights. My will has supremacy over everything. I was thinking of my poor state, even the cross had left me. Jesus said to me in my interior, my daughter, when two wills are opposed, they form a cross. This is the case between me and the creature. If his will is opposed to mine, I form his cross and it forms mine. I am the long bar of the cross and she is the short bar. As they cross, the bars form the cross. When the will of the creature is united with my will, the bars are no longer crossed, but united. Then there is no more cross. Did you understand? It was I who sanctified the cross and not the cross that sanctified me. It is not the cross that sanctifies. It is resignation to my will that sanctifies the cross. The cross produces good only if it is united with my will. However, the cross sanctifies and crucifies only a part of the person. While my will does not neglect anything. It sanctifies everything. It crucifies thoughts, desires, will, affections, the heart, everything. And as my will is light, it shows the sole necessity. Sanctification and the complete crucifixion. So that the soul itself incites me to accomplish on her this specialized work of my will. The cross and other virtues are only happy if they do something. If they can pierce the creature with 3 nails, they gloat. My will, for its part, not knowing how to do things halfway, is not satisfied with 3 nails, but with as many nails as with X that my will has for the creature. By his actions performed in the divine will, a son is formed in the soul. Souls who live in the divine will can be called gods of the earth. My ever-kind Jesus continues to speak to me of his most holy will. My daughter, the more acts the creature performs in my will, the more light it acquires from my will. Thus, a sun forms in it. As this sun is formed of light from my will, the rays of this sun are related to the rays of my own sun. Each ray of one is reflected in the rays of the other. Thus, the sun formed in the soul by my will is constantly growing. I said to Jesus, Jesus, here we are again in your will. It seems like you can't talk about anything else. Jesus continues. My will is the highest point that can exist on earth and in heaven. When the soul reached this point, it reached everything and did everything. She has nothing left to do but to live in these heights, to enjoy it and to seek to understand my will more and more. This is not yet perfectly realized either in heaven or on earth. You must devote a lot of time to this, since you have understood very little about my will. My will is so great that whoever lives in it can be called a god of the earth. Just as my will forms the beatitude of heaven, these gods who live in my will form the beatitude of the earth. Either directly or indirectly. All the goods of the earth can be attributed to these gods of my will. I continue in my usual state. My ever-kind Jesus continues to speak to me very often about his most holy will. I'm going to write the little I remember. I didn't feel very well. Blessed Jesus came and said to me, my daughter, of all that I do, the soul that lives in my will can say it belongs to me. Because his will is so identified with mine that it does everything I do. As she lives and dies in my will, she carries with her all the goods because my will contains them all. My will is the life of all that creatures do good. The soul that lives in my will carries within it all the masses that are celebrated and all the prayers and good deeds that are done, since these are fruits of my will. Nevertheless, this is very little compared to the very activity of my will that this soul possesses as in its own right. A moment of the work of my will surpasses all the past, present, and future work of all creatures. When a soul who lives in my will leaves this world, no beauty can be compared to it. No height, no wealth, no holiness, no wisdom, no love. Nothing beats this soul. When she enters the heavenly homeland, the whole of heaven bows to welcome him and to honor the work of my will in it. What a joy! To see it completely transformed by the divine will. To note that all his words, thoughts, actions, etc. have become so many sons of which it is adorned, all distinct in light and beauty, and to see from it flow many small streams that flood all the blessed and spread on the earth for the benefit of pilgrim souls. Ah! My daughter! My will is the prodigy of wonders. It is the path par excellence to access in the light, holiness and to all goods. However, it is not known and, therefore, not appreciated and loved. You, at least, appreciates it, loves her, and make it known to those whom you perceive to be disposed. Another day, when I felt unable to do anything that overwhelmed me a lot, Jesus came and, clutching me, said to me, "My daughter, don't worry. Just try to be surrendered to my will and I will do everything for you. A single moment in my will is worth more than all the good you could do in your whole life." Another day, he said to me, "My daughter, the soul who is truly surrendered to my will, in all that happens to him in his soul and in his body, in all that she feels and in all that she suffers can say, 'Jesus suffers, Jesus is overwhelmed.' In fact, everything the creatures do to me reaches me and also reaches the souls where I dwell, the souls who live in my will. Thus, if the coldness of the creatures reaches me, my will feels this. And, since my will is the life of these souls, they feel this too. Consequently, rather than being troubled by this coldness, as if it were their own, they must remain with me, to console me and repair for the coldness of the creatures towards me. In the same way, if they feel distracted, overwhelmed, or otherwise, they must remain close to me to relieve me and to repair, as if it were not their own things, but mine. Souls who live by my will feel various sufferings, according to the offenses I receive from creatures. They will also feel indescribable joys and contentments. In the first case, they must console me and repair. And, in the second, rejoice. Only in this way does my will find its interests. Otherwise, I would be saddened and unable to spread what is in my will. Another day, he said to me, "My daughter, the soul that lives in my will cannot go to purgatory, that place where souls are purified of everything. After jealously guarding her in my will during her life, how could I allow the fire of purgatory to touch her? At most, he will be missing some clothes. But my will clothe her in all that is necessary before revealing the divinity to her. Then I will reveal myself." Today, I merged so intensely with Jesus that I felt him totally in me. He said to me in a tender and touching voice, to the point of cracking my poor heart, "My daughter, it is very hard for me not to satisfy the soul that lives in my will. As you can see, I no longer have hands, feet, heart, eyes, and mouth. I have nothing left. In my will, you have taken possession of everything and I have nothing left. That is why, despite all the evil that floods the earth, the deserved punishments do not pour out. It's hard for me not to be content. Moreover, how could I do it? If I have no more hands and you don't give them back to me? If absolutely necessary, I would be forced to steal them from you or convince you to give them back to me. How hard it is for me to displease those who live in my will. I would dislike myself. I was astonished by these words of Jesus. I could really see that I had his hands, his feet, his eyes, and I said to him, Jesus, let me come. He replied, allow me to live a little more in you and then you will come. Finding me in my usual state, my kind Jesus continued to let himself be seen totally in me in such a way that I possessed all his limbs. Overflowing with joy, he said to me, my daughter, the souls who do my will take part in the external works of the divine persons. But the souls who not only do my will, but live in them, also take part in the inner works of the divine persons. That is why it is difficult for me not to satisfy these souls. Being in my will, they are in intimacy of our heart, of our desires, of our affections and thoughts. Their heartbeat and breaths are one with ours. The delights, glory, and love that these souls give us are no different from the delights, glory, and love that come from ourselves. In our eternal love, we, the divine persons, we seduce each other. And, unable to contain our joy, we spread ourselves into external works. We are also seduced by the souls who live in our will. How then can we not satisfy these souls who satisfy us so much? How not to love them as much as we love ourselves? Of a love different from that which we have for other creatures. There is no separating curtain between them and us, no our or your, everything is in common. The attributes that we possess by nature, impeccability, holiness, etc., we communicate to these souls by grace. There is no disparity between us. These souls are our favorites. It is only because of them that we preserve the earth and cover it with benefits. We enclose these souls in us to better enjoy them. Just as we are inseparable from each other, these souls are inseparable from us. It seemed to me that blessed Jesus wanted to tell me about his most holy will. As for me, I totally blended into him. In his thoughts, his desires, his love, his will, in everything. With infinite tenderness, he said to me, "Oh! If you knew the contentment given to me by the soul that lives in my will, your heart would die of joy. When you blended into my thoughts and desires, you enchanted my thoughts while my desires mingled with yours and played with them. Your love and your will flew in my love and my will, kissing each other and pouring into the immense sea of the Lord, where they played with the divine persons. Sometimes with the Father, sometimes with me, sometimes with the Holy Spirit. We love to play with the soul that lives in our will, making it our jewel. This jewel is so dear to us that we jealously guard it in the most intimate part of our will. And when the creatures offend us, we take our jewel and have fun with it." Jesus said to me, "My daughter, I love so much the soul that lives in my will that I have to hold back a lot not to show her how much I love him, the graces of which I constantly flood him, and how much I never cease to embellish it. If I manifested all this to him at once, she would die of joy. His heart would burst, to the point that she could no longer live on earth and would fly to heaven. However, I manifest myself to her little by little. And when it is filled to overflow, then, by a special intervention of me, she leaves the earth to come and take refuge in the womb of the Lord." I said to him, "Jesus, my life, it seems to me that you are exaggerating." Smiling, he replied, "No, no, my beloved, I am not exaggerating. Whoever exaggerates risks disappointing. But your Jesus cannot disappoint you. In fact, what I have told you is nothing. You will be otherwise surprised when, after leaving the prison of your body, you will be plunged into my womb and you will know totally what my will make you attain." Continuing in my usual state, I was complaining to Jesus because he had not yet come. Finally, he came and said to me, "My daughter, my will hides in her my humanity. This is how I sometimes hide my humanity from you when I speak to you of my will. You feel surrounded by light, you hear my voice. But you cannot see me because my will absorbs my humanity. My humanity has its limits, while my will is eternal and limitless. When my humanity was on earth, it did not cover all seats at all times and in all circumstances. My infinite will compensated for this. When I find souls who live entirely in my will, they compensate for my humanity. With regard to time, places, circumstances and even suffering. As my will lives in these souls, I use them just as I used my humanity. What was my humanity if not an instrument of my will? These are those who live in my will. Continuing in my usual state, my kind Jesus was seen inside with a great light. I was swimming in this light and I felt it circulating. In my ears, my eyes, my mouth, in everything. Jesus said to me, "My daughter, if the soul that lives in my will works, her work becomes light. If she speaks, thinks, desires, walks, etc., her words, thoughts, desires and steps change into light, a light drawn from my Son. My will attracts the soul that lives in it with so much strength. Let her twirl continuously in my light and thus keep her captive." This morning, my ever-kind Jesus showed himself crucified. He made me share his sufferings. He plunged me so strongly into the sea of his passion, that I could follow him step by step. Who could say everything I understood? So many things I don't know where to start. I will only say that when the crown of thorns was torn from his head, his blood flowed abundantly in trickles, escaping from the small holes occupied by the thorns. This blood flowed down his face and hair, and then over his whole person. Jesus said to me, "Girl, those thorns that stung my head will sting the arrogance, vanity, and hidden wounds of men. To get the pus out, the thorns soaked in my blood, heal them and will give them back the crown that sin had taken from them." He also took me through other stages of his passion. My heart was pierced when I saw him suffer in this way. Then, as if to console me, he spoke to me of his holy will. "My daughter, as it spreads its light all over the earth, the sun keeps its center in heaven. Although I am the life of every blessed, I keep my center, that is, my throne. On earth, I am everywhere. But my center, the place where I set up my throne to reign, where are my charisms, my satisfaction, my triumphs, where my heart throbs, is the soul that lives in my will. This soul is so identified with me that it becomes inseparable from me. All my wisdom and power cannot lead me to detach myself from it." He added, "Love has its anxieties, its desires, its ardor, and its impatience. Do you know why? Because, having to worry actions of the means to be taken to carry them out and their completion, love can cause anxiety and impatience. Especially when what is human and imperfect intervenes. My will, on the other hand, is in perpetual rest. If my will and love are not continually united, poor love, as it can be abused, even in the greatest and holiest works. My will acts by simple deeds. The soul that leaves him all the place finds rest. She does not experience anxiety or impatience. His works are free from imperfection." Feeling oppressed, I was close to being surprised by the poisonous waves of trouble. My kind Jesus, my faithful sentinel, ran forth to prevent the trouble from invading me, and as he scolded me, he said to me, "My daughter, what's going on?" My concern for the soul to always keep its peace is such that I sometimes have to perform a miracle for the soul to keep its peace. But the disruptors of souls are trying to prevent me from performing this miracle. Be peaceful in all circumstances. My being is in perfect peace in every circumstance. This does not prevent me from seeing evil and experiencing bitterness. However, I always keep my calm. My peace is continual. My words are always peaceful. The beating of my heart is never tumultuous, even in the midst of immense joys or great annoyances. It is in the calm that my hands intervene to counter the fury of the waves. As I am in your heart, if you do not keep yourself in peace, I feel dishonored. Your ways of doing things and mine do not agree. I feel bullied trying to act in you, therefore, you make me unhappy. Only peaceful souls are part of my team. When the great iniquities of the earth provoke my wrath. By relying on this team, I always do less than I should do. Ah! If I couldn't rely on this team, let it never happen, I would demolish everything. After reading what was written on March 17, souls who live in the divine will take part in the inner works of the divine persons, etc., some people argued that this could not be the case. This made me pensive, although I remained calm, being convinced that Jesus would make me know the truth. Later, finding myself in my usual state, I saw in my mind a huge sea with several objects in this sea. Some of these objects were small, and others larger. A few were floating and only wet. Others stalled and were soggy with water inside and out. Others went so deep that they were dissolved into the sea. My ever-kind Jesus came and said to me, "My beloved daughter, have you seen? The sea symbolizes my immensity, and objects the souls who live in my will. Their position on the surface, submerged gold, completely dissolved, varies according to their way of living in my will. Some in an imperfect way, others in a more perfect way, and others reaching the point of being completely dissolved in my will. In fact, my daughter, your participation in the inner works of which I have spoken to you goes as follows. Sometimes I keep you with my humanity, and you take part in his sufferings, his works, and his joys. At other times, drawing you into my interior, I dissolve you in my divinity. How many times have I not kept you so deeply within me that you could only see me, inside and outside of you? You shared our joys, our love and everything else, always according to your little abilities. Although our inner works are eternal, creatures can enjoy their effects according to their love. When the will of the creature is in my will, that it is one with my will, and that I keep it there in an indissoluble union, then, as long as she does not leave my will, it can be said that she takes part in my inner works. If they want to know the truth, they can grasp the meaning of my words. For the truth is light for the spirit. And, with light, things are seen as they are. When one does not want to know the truth, the mind becomes blind and things cannot be seen as they are. One entertains doubts and becomes more blinded than before. My being is always in action. It has no beginning or end. He is both old and young. Our inner works were, are, and always will be. Through its intimate union with our will, the soul is found in us. She admires, contemplates, loves, and takes pleasure. She takes part in our love, our delights and everything else. Therefore, why would it be inappropriate to say that the soul that lives in my will take part in our inner works? As Jesus told me these things, a comparison came to mind. A man marries a woman. They have children and they are rich, virtuous, and good. If, attracted by their goodness, a person comes to live with them, will it not come to share their wealth, their happiness, and even their virtues? And if it can be done humanely, how can this not be achieved with our kind Jesus? I was in my usual state, when my kind Jesus came. In a different way from his customary way in this period of my life, if he deigns to come, it is for a short time, by the way. And with an almost total cessation of my suffering. His holy will takes the place of everything in me. This morning he stayed for several hours and he was in a state of making the stones weep. He suffered in his whole being. He wanted to be relieved in every part of his most holy humanity. It seemed that if he was not relieved, he would reduce the world to a pile of ruins. It also seemed that he didn't want to see what was going on so he wouldn't be forced to get to the worst. I squeezed it on me and, to relieve it, I blended into his intelligence. To be able to surrender in all the intelligences of the creatures. In order to replace each of their bad thoughts with good thoughts. Then I melted into his desires. To be able to replace with good desires each of the bad desires of creatures. And so on. After I relieved him part by part, he left me as if he had been comforted. I offered my poor prayers to Jesus. I wondered to whom it would be better for blessed Jesus to apply them. With kindness, he said to me, "My daughter, prayers made with me and in my will can be applied to all without exception. All receive the effects as if they were offered for them alone. However, prayers act according to the dispositions of the creatures. For example, my Eucharist or my Passion is for everyone. But their effects vary according to the personal dispositions of the people. If 10 receive their effects, the fruits are not inferior in case only 5 receive them. This is the prayer done with me in my will." While I was writing the hours of the Passion, I thought to myself, how many sacrifices I have to make to write these blessed hours of the Passion, especially when I have to mention certain inner things that happened between me and Jesus. What reward will he give me? In a tender and gentle voice, he said to me, "My daughter, for every word you have written, I will give you a kiss, a soul." I resumed, "My love, this is for me. But what will you give to those who do them?" He said to me, "If they do them with me in my will, I will also give them a soul for every word they recite. In fact, the effect will be small or large depending on the greatness of their union with me. By doing them in my will, the creature hides in her. As it is my will that acts, I can produce all the goods I want, even through a single word." Another time, I complained to Jesus that after so many sacrifices to write these hours, very few souls do them. He said to me, "My daughter, don't complain. Even if there was only one soul doing them, you should be happy. Would I not have suffered my Passion in its entirety even if there had been only one soul that was going to be saved? The same goes for you. We must not forget to do good on the pretext that few people will benefit from it. The damage will be on the side of those who will not want to take advantage of it. My Passion gave my humanity the merit necessary for all to be saved, even if some do not want to take advantage of it. The same goes for you. You will be rewarded in the proportion that your will has been identified with mine and has willed the good of all. All the damage is on the side of those who, although they are capable of it, do not do them. These hours are very precious because they are nothing else that the repetition of what I have done in my mortal life and which I continue to do in the most blessed sacrament. When I hear these hours, I hear my own voice, my own prayers. In the soul that makes these hours, I see my will willing the good of all and repair for all. And I feel attracted to come and dwell in this soul to do what it does. Oh! How I would like that, in every city, there is at least one soul doing the hours of my Passion. I would get along like that in every city. And my justice, so indignant in these times, would be partly appeased. One day, when I was at the hour when the Heavenly Mother participated in the burial of Jesus, I stood near her to console her. In fact, I usually didn't do this hour and I hesitated to do it. In a pleading and loving tone, blessed Jesus said to me, "My daughter, I don't want you to omit that hour. You'll do it out of love for me and in honor of my mother. Know that every time you do it, my mother feels as if she is reliving her earthly life and she receives the glory and love she gave me. As for me, I feel his maternal tenderness, his love, and all the glory she gave me. Moreover, I consider you a mother." Then he kissed me and said with great gentleness, "My mom, mom." And he whispered to me all that his sweet mother did and suffered during this hour. From that moment on, helped by his grace, I never forgot this hour again. I complained to Jesus blessed about his privations and my poor heart was delirious. I said to him these insane words. "My love, how is this possible? Have you forgotten that I cannot be without you? I must be with you on earth or in heaven. Do I have to remind you of that? Maybe you want me to be silent, asleep and troubled? Do as you please, as long as you stay with me always. I have the feeling that you have taken me out of your heart. Do you have the heart to do so?" While I was saying this and other such nonsense, my sweet Jesus moved within me and said to me, "My daughter, calm down. I'm here. To say that I have taken you out of my heart is an insult that you address to me. For I keep you in the depths of my heart. And this so strongly. Let my whole being flow into you and let your whole being flow into me. So be careful. That nothing of my being which is in you may escape from you and that each of your actions may be united to my will. The acts of my will are totally fulfilled. A simple act of my will can create 1,000 worlds, all perfect and complete. There is no need for subsequent acts for everything to be accomplished. So, if you do the slightest act in my will, the result is complete acts of love, praise, thank you or repair. These acts contain everything. Only the acts done in my will are worthy of me. For, to give honor and satisfaction to a perfect being, perfect and complete acts are necessary. What the creature can only produce in my will, out of my will, as good as they are. The acts of the creature cannot be perfect and complete, since it takes subsequent actions to complete them, if only that is possible. Any work done outside of my will by the creature is for me a futile work. May my will be your life, your rule, and your whole. Thus, melted into my will, you will be in me and I in you, and you will be very careful never again to say that I have taken you out of my heart. I was doing the hours of the Passion and, happy, Jesus said to me, my daughter, if you knew what great satisfaction I feel seeing you redo these hours of my Passion again and again, you would be very happy. It is true that my saints meditated on my Passion and understood how much I suffered, shedding tears of compassion, to the point of feeling consumed with love for my sufferings. However, it was not in this way always repeated and in this order. You are the first to give me this pleasure so great and so special. To relieve internally, hour after hour, my life and all that I have suffered. I feel so attracted to this that, hour after hour, I give you this food and eat it with you. Doing with you what you do. Know that I will reward you abundantly with light and new graces. Even after your death, whenever souls on earth make these hours, in heaven I will clothe you with new light and glory. While, according to my habit, I was doing the hours of the Passion, my kind Jesus said to me, my daughter, the world is constantly renewing my Passion. Since my immensity envelopes all creatures, both internally and externally, I am forced, in contact with them, to receive nails, thorns, lashes, contempt, spitting and everything else, which I was overwhelmed by during my Passion, and even more. However, in contact with the souls who make the hours of my Passion, I feel that the nails are removed, that the spines are destroyed, that my injuries are relieved and that the sputum disappears. I feel compensated for the evil that other creatures do to me and, feeling that these souls are doing me no harm, but rather good, I lean on them. Blessed Jesus added, my daughter, know that by doing these hours, the soul ceases of my thoughts, my repairs, of my prayers, of my desires, of my affections and even of my most intimate fibers. And she makes them her own. Rising between heaven and earth, she fulfills the function of co redemptrix and she says to me, here I am, I want to repair for all, implore for all and answer for all. I was very distressed, because of the deprivation of blessed Jesus and, even more, because of the punishments that are currently poured out on the earth and of which Jesus has often spoken to me in past years. It really seems to me that in all these years he kept me in bed, we shared the weight of the world. By suffering and working together for the good of the creatures. It seems to me that my state as a victim places all creatures between Jesus and me, and that he would not send any punishment without warning me. Thus, I would intercede so much with him that he would cut the punishments in half, or even that he would send none. Oh! How terrified I am by thought that Jesus would have taken upon himself all the weight of creatures, leaving me aside, as if I were unworthy to work with him. An even greater affliction overwhelms me. In the small visits he makes to me, he often tells me that the wars and plagues that are currently occurring are little compared to what is coming. Although it seems to me that it is far too much. That other nations will join the war. And even that a war against the Church will begin. That consecrated persons will be attacked and killed. And that many churches will be desecrated. In fact, for about 2 years, I have omitted to write about the punishments that Jesus shows me. Partly because it would be repetitions and partly because addressing this subject hurts me so much that I cannot continue. One night, while I was writing what he had told me about his most holy will, while omitting what he had told me about the punishments, he scolded me softly and said to me, "Why didn't you write everything?" I replied, "My love, it didn't seem necessary to me, and moreover, you know how much this subject makes me suffer." He continued, "My daughter, if it wasn't necessary, I wouldn't tell you about it. Since your state of victim is attached to the events that my providence arranges for creatures. Like the bond that exists between you, me, and the creatures. Just as your sufferings to prevent punishment are mentioned in your writings. These omissions would be noticed. Your writings would seem lame and incomplete. While I don't know how to do lame and incomplete things. Shrugging my shoulders, I say, it's too hard for me to do that. Moreover, who can remember everything?" He said with a smile. "What if after your death, I put a feather in your hands, a feather of fire, what would you say about it in purgatory? That is why I have decided that from now on I will talk about punishments. And I hope that Jesus will forgive me for my omissions." And as I was very distressed, Jesus took me in his arms and said to me, "My daughter keeps you in a good mood. The soul that lives in my will is never separated from me. She is with me in my work, in my desires, in my love. She is with me in everything and everywhere. How I want everything from creatures, affection, desire, etc. But that I do not usually get it. I still stay with them in the hope of making conquests. These desires being fulfilled by the souls who live in my will. I rest with them, my love rests in their love." He added, "I have given you 2 very great things which, so to speak, constitute my life. My divine will and my love. They were the support of my life and my passion. I don't want anything from you except this. May my will be your life, your rule, and that nothing in you, big or small, escapes him. This will carry my passion in you. The closer you stand to my will, the more you will feel my passion within you. If you let my will flow in you, it will make my passion flow in you. You will feel it flowing in your thoughts and in your mouth. Your tongue will be soaked in her and, warmed by my blood, your words will eloquently tell of my sufferings. Your heart will be filled with my sufferings. He will imprint the mark of my passion on your whole being. And I will repeat to you over and over again, this is my life, this is my life. I will have the joy of making you surprises by talking to you. At a time of suffering. To another of another suffering. Suffering that you had never heard of or that you had not yet understood. Aren't you happy?" Continuing in my usual state, I was very distressed because of Jesus' deprivation. He finally came and made himself seen in all my poor person. It seemed to me that I was forming his garment. Breaking the silence, he said to me, "My daughter, you too can be a host. In the sacrament of the Eucharist. The accident of bread constitutes my garment and the life that is in the host consists of my body, my blood, and my divinity. It is by my supreme will that this life exists. My will assumes love, repair, self-immolation and everything that is in the Eucharist. This sacrament never departs from my will. Besides, there is nothing that comes from me without resulting from my will. Here's how you can form a host. The host is material and totally human. Similarly, you have a material body and a human will. Your body and your will. if you keep them pure, upright, and away from the very shadow of sin. Are the accidents of this host. They allow me to live hidden in you. This is not enough, however, because it would be the host without consecration. My life is necessary. My life is made up of holiness, love, wisdom, power, etc., but the driving force behind it all is my will. After preparing the host, you must make your will die in it, which you have to cook well so that it is not reborn. Then you must let my will penetrate your whole being. My will, which contains all my life, will make the true and perfect consecration. Thus, human thought will no longer have life in you. There will be only the thought of my will. This consecration will put my wisdom in your mind. There will be no more life there. For what is human? For weakness. For inconstancy. She will put in you the divine life, fortitude, firmness, and all that I am. So, every time you leave your will, your desires, all that you are and all that you must make flow in my will, I will renew your consecration. And I will continue to live in you as in a living host. Not a dead host like hosts where I am not. And that's not all. In hosts that are. In ciboriums. In tabernacles, everything is dead, mute. There is no sensitivity. A heartbeat. A surge of love. If it were not for the fact that I am waiting for hearts to give myself to them, I would be very unhappy. My love would be frustrated. My sacramental life would be aimless. If I tolerate this in tabernacles, I do not tolerate it in living hosts. Life needs food. In the Eucharist I want to be nourished with my own food. That is, the soul appropriates itself. My will, my love, my prayers, my reparations, my sacrifices, and let her give them to me as if they were her own things. I will feed on it. The soul will unite with me, reaching out to hear what I am doing and to act with me. By repeating my own actions in this way, she will give me her food and I will be happy. It is only in these living hosts that I will find compensation. For my loneliness, my great hunger, and for all that I suffer in tabernacles. I was in my usual state. All afflicted, blessed Jesus came and said to me, "My daughter, I can no longer tolerate the world. You, relieve me for all, let me throb in your heart. So that by hearing in your heart the heartbeat of all, sins do not reach me directly, but indirectly. Otherwise, my justice will send punishments never seen before." In saying this, he put his heart in the place of mine by making me feel the beating of his heart. Who could say everything I felt? Like arrows, sins wounded his heart, and as I shared his sufferings, he was relieved. I became totally identified with him. It seemed to me that I carried within me his intelligence, his hands, his feet, etc., and that I shared with him all the offenses that creatures commit by their senses. Who could say how this was happening? He added, "To be accompanied in my suffering is a great relief for me." This was the case with my Divine Father. It was not inexorable after my incarnation. Because he did not receive offenses directly, but indirectly, through my humanity. My humanity was like a shield for him. This is how I seek souls who place themselves between me and creatures. Otherwise I will make the world a bunch of ruins. I continue to be very distressed because of the way Jesus treats me. However, I resign myself to his most holy will. As I complained about his privations and silence, he said to me, "This is not the time to think about that. These are the worries of children, of weak souls. Who care about themselves more than about me. Who think more about how they feel than what they need to do. These souls have an all-human behavior and I cannot trust them. From you, I do not expect this. I expect from you the heroism of souls who, forgetting themselves, take care only of me, and who, united with me, care for the salvation of my children whom the devil is trying to take away from me. I want to that you adapt to the very difficult times we are going through, and that you weep and pray with me in the face of the blindness of creatures. Your life must disappear by letting mine penetrate you totally. If you do that, I will feel in you the fragrance of my divinity, and I will trust you in these sad times that only portend punishments. What will happen when things go further? Poor children, poor children! Jesus seemed to suffer so much that he became mute and withdrew deep into his heart, to the point of disappearing completely. As for me, tired, I start complaining again and again by calling him again and again and saying to him, "Don't you hear about the tragedies that are coming? How can your compassionate heart endure so much torment in your children?" He moved in me, pretending not to want to be heard. I felt in my breath another breath. Throbbing breathing accompanied by grunts. It was Jesus breathing. I recognized the sweetness of it. While refreshing me, she made me feel deadly pain. Because I felt through her the breathing of all, especially people dying, and whose agony Jesus shared. Sometimes he seemed to suffer so much that he only let out faint moans, enough to move the most hardened hearts with pity. This morning, as I continued to complain, he came and said to me, "My daughter, the union of our wills is such that the will of one cannot be distinguished from that of the other. It is the union of the wills that forms the perfection of the three divine persons. Because being equal in our wills, we are also equal in holiness, wisdom, beauty, power, love, and in all our other attributes. We contemplate each other, and our satisfaction is so great that we are fully happy about it. Each reflects on the other and pours out its immense seas of divine joys. If there were the slightest dissimilarity between us, we could not be perfect or perfectly happy. When we created man, we infused him with our image and resemblance, to fill it with our happiness and so that it may be our enchantment. But he broke the fundamental link that connected him to his Creator, the divine will, thus losing true happiness and allowing evil to invade it. As a result, we can no longer revel in him. It is only in the souls who make our will in all things that this happens. It is in them that we can fully enjoy the fruits of creation. Even in souls who practice some virtues, who pray and receive the sacraments, if they are not in conformity with our will, we cannot recognize ourselves in them. As their will is cut off from ours, everything in them is turned upside down. So, my daughter, do my will always and in all things and worry nothing else. I said to him, "My love and my life, how can I conform to your will with regard to the many chastisements you send? That's way too much for me to tell you, Fiat. Moreover, how many times have you told me that if I do your will, you will do mine? What's going on? Would you have changed?" He replied, "I am not the one who has changed. These are the creatures that have reached the point of being unbearable. Come nearby and receive from my mouth the offenses that the creatures send me. If you can swallow them, I will suspend the punishments." I approached his mouth and busted greedily. I then tried to swallow, but, to my great regret, I was unable to do so. I was suffocating. I tried again, but without success. In a tender and sobbing voice, he said to me, "Have you seen? You can't swallow. Throw it back on the ground and it's going to fall on the creatures." I did it, and Jesus did it too, by saying, "It's still nothing, it's nothing yet." Then he disappeared. I was in my usual state, and my ever-kind Jesus came briefly. As my confessor was not well and could not get me back to the waking state through obedience, I said to Jesus, "What do you want me to do? Should I stay in this state or try to come back on my own?" He replied, "My daughter, would you like me to act as I have already done, when not only did I command you to remain in this state, but that I arranged for you to recover your senses only through obedience? If I did this now, my love would be bound and my righteousness could not be poured out completely on creatures. And you could say to me, Just as you have attached me to the state of victim out of love for me and love for creatures, I in turn attach you so that your righteousness ceases to pour out on creatures. Thus, war and the preparation of other nations for war would go up in smoke. I can't. At most, if you want to stay in this state, or if the confessor wants you to stay there, I will have some indulgence for Corrado. And I will grant some softening elsewhere. Things are getting tough and my righteousness absolutely does not want you in this state, so that I can send more punishments and make other nations go to war to lower the pride of creatures, who will find defeat where they expect victory. My love weeps, but my justice asks for satisfaction. My daughter, patience. Then he disappeared. Who could say what state I stayed in? I felt like I was dying. Because I thought that if I had left this state on my own, I might have been the cause. An increase in punishment, and the entry into war of other nations, in particular Italy. What pain, what heartbreak! I felt the full weight of this suspension of Jesus. I thought to myself, who knows if Jesus does not allow the confessor to become well in order to give the final blow and bring Italy into war. So many doubts, so many fears. After leaving this state on my own, I spent a whole day in tears and bitterness. The thought of punishment and the fact that I could be the cause if I came out of this state by myself pierced my heart. The confessor was not well yet. I prayed and cried, unable to fixate myself. Blessed Jesus passed like lightning and set me free. Later, moved with compassion, he came back, stroked me, and said to me, "My daughter, your constancy wins me. Love and prayer bind me and almost make war on me. That's why I came back, unable to resist. Poor girl. Don't cry, I'm here for you alone. Patience, don't be discouraged. If you knew how much I suffer. The ingratitude of creatures, their enormous faults and disbelief are like a challenge to me. The worst is on the religious side. So many sacrileges, so many rebellions. How many do my children say to themselves when they are my worst enemies? These false children are usurpers, profiteers, unbelievers. Their hearts are filled with vices. They will be the first to wage war against the Church, ready to kill their own mother. Currently, there is war between governments and countries. Soon there will be war against the Church. His greatest enemies will be his own children. My heart is lacerated with pain. Still, I'm going to let the storm pass. The face of the earth will be washed by the blood of those who have soiled it. As for you, unite yourselves to my pain. Pray and be patient as the storm passes. Who could say my torment? I felt more dead than alive. May Jesus always be blessed and his holy will always fulfilled. My ever-kind Jesus continues to come from time to time, but without changing his mind about chastisement. If, at times, he is slow to come, he shows himself under an appearance to make people cry with pity. So he draws me to him and transforms me into himself, and then he enters into me and transforms into myself. He asks me to kiss his wounds one by one, worshipping them and making repairs. After having thus led me to relieve his most holy humanity, he said to me, my daughter, it is necessary that I come to you from time to rest, to be relieved, and to pour out. Otherwise, I would make the world devoured by fire. And, without giving me time to say a word, it disappears. This morning, when I was in my usual state and it was slow to come, a thought came to my mind. What would happen to me during these privations of my sweet Jesus? If it were not for his holy divine will? Who would give me life, strength, and help? O holy divine will! In you I lock myself up. To you I surrender myself. In you I rest. Ah! Everything is moving away from me, including suffering and that Jesus who once seemed unable to be without me. You alone, O holy will, you never leave me. Ah! I beg you, my sweet Jesus, when you see that my weak strength is at an end, show yourself. O holy will, I adore you, I embrace you and thank you, but do not be cruel to me. As I thought and prayed in this way, I felt invaded by a very pure light, and the Holy Will said to me, My daughter, without my will, the soul is like the earth would be. Without the sky, without the stars, without the sun and without the moon. By itself, the earth is only precipices, steep heights, waters, and darkness. If the earth did not have above it a sky to show man the dangers who watch him, he would be exposed to falling, drowning, etc. But there is the sky above him, especially the sun, that tells him in silent language, See, I have no eyes, no hands, and no feet. But I am the light of your eyes, the movement of your hands and the step of your feet. And when I have to illuminate other regions, I put at your disposal the twinkling of the stars and the light of the moon to continue my work. Just as I gave heaven to man for the good of his body, I gave him the heaven of my will for the good of his soul. Which is more noble than his body? For the soul also knows its difficulties, passions, tendencies, virtues to practice, and so on. If the soul deprives itself of heaven of my will, it can only fall from sin to sin. Passions drown her, and the heights of the virtues change into abysses. Therefore, just as the earth would be in great disorder without heaven above it, the soul is in great disorder without my will. Finding myself in my usual state, I thought of the sufferings that Jesus endured during his crowning of thorns. Letting himself be seen, Jesus said to me, My daughter, the pains I suffered during my crowning of thorns are incomprehensible to a created mind. Much more painfully than by the thorns on my head. My mind was pierced by all the evil thoughts of the creatures. None escaped me. I felt them all inside me. Not only did I feel the thorns, but also the disgust of sin that these thorns aroused in me. I looked at my kind Jesus, and I could see his most holy head surrounded by thorns, which penetrated into his head and out of it. All the thoughts of the creatures were in Jesus. They went from Jesus to the creatures and from the creatures to Jesus. They seemed to be linked together. Oh! How Jesus suffered! He added, My daughter, only souls who live in my will can make me real repairs and relieve me of such acute thorns. In fact, living in my will and my will being everywhere, these souls are found in me and in all creatures. They descend to the creatures and rise to me. They bring me all the repairs. They relieve me. In the minds of creatures, they change darkness into light. My days are getting more and more bitter. This morning my sweet Jesus showed himself in a state of indescribable suffering. Seeing him so suffering, I wanted to relieve him at all costs. Not knowing what to do, I squeezed him on my heart and, bringing my mouth closer to his, I tried to suck some of his inner bitterness, but without success. I started again, but to no avail. Jesus was crying, and I too was crying, seeing that I could not relieve his sorrow. What torment! Jesus wept because he wanted to pour out his bitterness in me, while his righteousness prevented him from doing so and I from seeing him cry and not being able to help him. There is suffering that no words can describe. Sobbing, he said to me, My daughter, sins snatch punishments and wars from my hands. I am forced to allow them and, at the same time, I cry and suffer with the creatures. I felt myself dying of pain. Wanting to distract me, Jesus said to me, My daughter, don't lose heart. This too is in my will. Only souls who live in my will can confront my righteousness. Only they have access to divine decrees and can beg for their brethren, having all the fruits of my humanity. Although my humanity had its limits, my will had none and my humanity lived in it. The souls who live in my will are the closest to my humanity. Appropriating my humanity, because I gave it to them. They can to present oneself before the divinity as other self, and thus disarm divine justice and ask forgiveness for perverted creatures. Living in my will, these souls live in me. As I live in every creature, they also live in every creature for the good of all. They hover in the air like the sun. Their prayers, their actions, their reparations, and everything they do are like rays descending for the good of all. Continuing in my poor state, I feel my poor nature succumb. I am in a state of continuous violence. I want to do violence to my kind Jesus, but he hides so that I do not rape him. Then, when he sees that I am not abusing him, he suddenly shows up and begins to weep because of all that this wretched humanity suffers and will suffer. Other times, in a touching and almost imploring tone, he said to me, "Girl, don't do violence to me. I am already in a state of violence because of the great evils from which the creatures suffer and from which they will suffer. But I must grant his rights to justice." As he says this, he cries and I cry with him. Often, turning completely into me, he weeps through my eyes. And all the tragedies he showed me in the past. Mutilated bodies, streams of bloodshed, cities destroyed, churches desecrated parade in my mind. My poor heart writhes in pain. As I write this, I feel my heart twisted by pain or cold as ice. As I suffer like this, I hear Jesus' voice telling me, "How much pain I have, how much pain I have." And he bursts into tears. But who can say it all? While I was in such a state, my sweet Jesus, to calm my fears a little, said to me, "My daughter, courage. It is true that the tragedy will be great, but know that I will have regard for the souls who live in my will and the places where they dwell. Just as the kings of the earth have their courtyards and neighborhoods where they are safe. Their strength being so great that their enemies do not even dare to approach, even if they destroy other places. In the same way, I, the King of Heaven, have my courts and quarters on earth. These are the souls who live in my will and in whom I live. The celestial courtyards abound around them and the strength of my will keeps them safe, slowing down enemy fire and pushing back the fiercest enemies. My daughter, why do the blesseds of heaven remain safe and fully happy, even when they see the creatures suffering and the earth blazing? Precisely because they live completely in my will. Know that I place souls who live completely from my will on earth in the same condition as the blessed in heaven. So live in my will and fear nothing. Moreover, in these times of carnage on earth, not only do I want let you live in my will, but let you live in the midst of your brothers, placed between me and them. You will keep me tight and you away from the offenses that the creatures send me. And as I give you the gift of my humanity and all that I have suffered, while you will keep me safe, thou shalt give to your brethren, for their salvation, my blood, my wounds, my spices, and my merits. Finding me in my usual state, my kind Jesus showed himself briefly and he said to me, "My daughter, although the punishments are great, people do not move. They are almost indifferent, as if witnessing a tragic scene, not real events. Rather than coming together to cry at my feet and ask for forgiveness, they just watch what happens." Ah! My daughter, how great is human perfidy! People obey governments, through fear, but to me, who proceeds by love, they turn their backs. Ah! For me alone, there is no obedience or sacrifice. If they do something, it is more out of self-interest than otherwise. My love is not appreciated by creatures, as if I deserve nothing from them. And he burst into tears. What a cruel torment to see Jesus weep! He continued, "Blood and fire will purify everything and I will restore repentant man. The longer it takes, the more blood will be shed. The carnage will surpass anything man could have imagined." While he was saying this, he showed me the human carnage. What a torment to live in these times! May the divine will always be done. While I am in my usual state, my ever-kind Jesus, while remaining hidden, wants me to beg him continuously for my brothers. Also, as I prayed and wept for the salvation of the poor militants, and wanting to adhere to Jesus in such a way that none is lost, I came to say nonsense. Although silent, Jesus seemed content with my instances and ready to grant me what I wanted. It occurred to me that I should also think about my own salvation. Jesus said to me, My daughter, while you were thinking about yourself, you produced in me a human sensation. And my will, fully divine, noticed it. In my will, everything revolves around love for me and for others. There are no personal things there. For the soul that contains my will contains all possible goods for it. And if it contains them all, why ask me? Wouldn't it be more correct for her to focus instead on praying for those who do not have these advantages? Ah! If you knew what calamities this wretched humanity is heading towards, you would be, in my will, more active on its behalf. As he said this, he showed me what Freemasons are plotting. Finding myself in my usual state, I complained to Jesus, saying, Jesus, my life, all is over, at most. I still have a few flashes and a few shadows. Cutting me off, he said to me, my daughter, everything must end in my will. When the soul attained this, it accomplished everything. On the other hand, if she did a lot without including her in my will, we can say that she did nothing. I take into account everything that leads to my will because in it alone is my real life. It is right that I consider the smallest things, or even trifles, as my own things. Because, for every little thing the creature does in union with my will, I feel that it comes from me and then the creature acts. Each of these little things contains the totality. My holiness, of my power, of my wisdom, my love, and all that I am. And, thus, in these things, I feel my life, my work, my words, my thoughts, etc. So, if your things end in my will, what more do you want? Everything has an ultimate goal. The sun has the power to invade the whole earth with its light. The farmer sows, harrows and works the land, he suffers from cold and heat. But his ultimate goal is to reap the fruits and make them his food. The same goes for many other things that, as varied as they are, have as their ultimate goal the life of man. As for the soul, she must ensure that everything she does ends in my will. My will be his life. And I will make his life my food. He added, in these sad times, you and I are going to go through a very painful period. Things will get more jostled. However, know that if I take away from you my wooden cross, I give you the cross of my will which has neither length nor width, it is limitless. I cannot give you a nobler cross. It is not made of wood, but of light. And, in this light that is more burning than fire, we will suffer together. In each creature and in their agonies and tortures. And we will try to be everyone's life. Being in my usual state, I felt very bad. Moved with compassion, my ever-kind Jesus came briefly and, kissing me, he said to me, poor girl, don't be afraid, I don't leave you, I can't leave you. In fact, the soul that lives in my will is a powerful magnet that attracts me with such violence that I cannot resist. It would be too difficult for me to get rid of this soul. I would have to give up myself, which is impossible. He added, girl, the soul that truly lives in my will is in the same condition as my humanity. I was man and God. As God, I possessed totality. Happiness, beatitudes, beauty, and all divine goods. As for my humanity, on the one hand, I participated in the divinity. And, therefore, I lived perfect happiness and the beatific vision never left me. On the other hand, having taken upon my humanity all the sins of creatures in order to satisfy for them before divine justice, my humanity was tormented by the clear vision of all sins. I felt the horror of each sin with its particular torment. So, I felt joy and pain at the same time. Love on the side of my divinity and cold on the part of creatures. Holiness on the one hand, sin on the other. Nothing the creatures do escaped me. That said, given that my humanity can no longer suffer, it is the souls who live in my will who serve me as humanity. On the one hand, they feel love, peace, firmness, strength, etc., and, on the other, coldness, worries, fatigue, etc. If they remain completely in my will and accept these things, not as their own things, but as those that make me suffer, they do not lose heart and they sympathize with me. These souls have the honor of sharing my sufferings. Since they are nothing but a veil that covers me, they feel the annoyance of bites and cold. But it is to me, to my heart that they are directed. Finding myself in my usual state, I complained to Jesus about his privations. In a benevolent tone, he said to me, "My daughter, remain at my side in these times of such great bitterness for my heart." Sobbing, he continued, "My daughter, I feel like a poor unhappy to see those who are wounded on the battlefield, those who die at the end of their blood and abandoned by all, those who die of hunger. I feel the suffering of mothers whose children are on the battlefield. Ah! All these misfortunes pierce my heart. Moreover, I can see divine justice arousing his fury against rebellious and ungrateful creatures. Add to this my misfortunes in love. Ah! Creatures do not love me and my great love receives in return only offenses. My daughter, in the midst of so many misfortunes, I seek comfort. I want souls who love me, surround me, that they offer their suffering to relieve me and that they intercede for the unfortunate poor. I will reward them when divine justice is appeased." I kept complaining to Jesus, saying, "Why did you leave me? You promised me that you would come at least once a day, and today the morning has passed, the day is coming to an end, and you have not yet come. Jesus, what torment this deprivation makes me live, what a continual death! Yet I am all abandoned to your will. And, as you have taught me, I offer you this deprivation so that as many souls as I live from moments deprived of you may be saved. I place this terrible suffering as a crown around your heart so that the offenses of the creatures do not reach it and no soul is condemned to hell. But with all this, O my Jesus, I continue to feel upside down and, without ceasing, I call you, I seek you, I long for you." At that moment, my kind Jesus put his arm around my neck and, hugging me, he said to me, "My daughter, tell me, what do you desire, what do you want to do, what do you love?" I replied, "It is you that I desire. I want all souls to be saved. I want to do your will and love only you." He said, "So you desire what I want? With this, you hold me in your power and I hold you. You cannot detach yourself from me and I cannot detach myself from you. How then can you say that I have left you?" With tenderness, he added, "My daughter, he who lives in my will is so identified with me that his heart and my heart are one. As all souls who are saved by this heart. These saved souls fly to their salvation through the beating of this heart. And I will give to the soul thus associated with me the merit of all these saved souls. Since she desired their salvation with me, and that I have used it as the life of my heart. I was in my usual state and, showing myself briefly, my always kind Jesus said to me, "My daughter, how tough people are. The scourge of war is not enough, the misery is not great enough for them to capitulate. They need to be reached in their own flesh. Otherwise, we get nowhere. Don't you see that religious practice is fine on the battlefields? What for? Because people are affected in their flesh. Thus, it is necessary. There is no country that is not affected in any way. That all be reached in their own flesh. This is not something I desire, but their harshness forces me to do so." In saying this, he was crying. I cried too, and I prayed for the people to surrender without the need for killings and so that all may be saved. He said to me, "My daughter, everything will be in the union of our wills. Your will unite with my will and we will implore that there be enough graces for the salvation of souls. Your love will unite with mine, your desires and heartbeats will unite with mine, we will claim souls with an eternal heartbeat. It will thus form a net around you and me in which we will be as if woven. This net will serve as a bulwark that will protect us from any danger. How sweet it is to hear inside my heartbeat the heartbeat of a creature who says with mine, souls, souls. I feel bound and conquered, and I capitulate. I continued in my usual state and Jesus came briefly. He was exhausted. He asked me to kiss his wounds and dry the blood that escaped from all parts of his most holy humanity. I went through each of its members, worshipping them and making repairs. Then he leaned over me and said to me, "My daughter, my passion, my wounds, my blood, and all that I have done and suffered are constantly operating as if everything is happening now. They serve as supports on which I can rely and on which souls can rely so as not to fall into sin and to be saved. In these times of punishment, I'm like a person hanging in the air and getting hit continually, justice strikes me from heaven. And creatures, by sin, strike me from the earth. The more the soul stays with me, fucking my wounds, making repairs and offering my blood, in a word, redoing everything I have done during my life and my passion, the more it forms supports on which I can rely so as not to fall, and the more the circle grows where souls can find support, so as not to fall into sin and to be saved. Don't get tired, my daughter, to stand with me and to go through my wounds again and again. I will give you thoughts, conditions and words, so that you may remain with me. Be faithful to me, because time is short, and because, irritated by the creatures, justice wants to deploy its fury. It is necessary that the supports multiply. Don't stop working." I was in my usual state and my adorable Jesus showed himself briefly. I kissed him and said, "My Jesus, if it were possible, I would give you the kiss of all creatures. Thus, I would satisfy your love and bring you all the creatures." He replied, "If you want to give me everyone's kiss, kiss me in my will. For, by its creative power, my will can multiply a simple act into as many acts as one wants. Thus, you will give me contentment as if everyone were kissing me. And you will have the same merit as if you brought everyone to kiss me. The creatures, on the other hand, will receive the effects according to their personal dispositions. An act in my will involves all possible and imaginable goods. The sun provides us with a beautiful picture of this. Its light is one, but it multiplies in all the eyes of creatures. Not all creatures, on the other hand, enjoy it equally. Some, of poor vision, must put their hands before their eyes so as not to be blinded by them. Others, blind, do not enjoy it at all, although it is not a defect of light, but a defect of the person to whom the light reaches. So, my daughter, if you desire to love me for all and do so in my will, your love will flow in my will. And, as my will fills heaven and earth, I will hear your I love you. In heaven, around me, in me, as well as on earth. It will multiply everywhere and it will give me the satisfaction of the love of all. For the creature is limited and finite while my will is immense and infinite. How the words "let us make man in our image and likeness" that I pronounced in creating man, can they be explained? How can the creature, so incapable, be in my image and likeness? It is only through my will that it can achieve this. For, in making my will its own, it comes to act in a divine way. Through the repetition of divine acts, it comes from it to look like me, to be a perfect image of me. It's like a child who, by repeating the acts he observes in his teacher, becomes like him. The only thing that can cause the creature to become like me is my will. That is why I have so much interest in the creature making my will his own. Since only in this way will it be able to meet the purpose I had in creating it. I blended into the most holy will of blessed Jesus. In doing so, I found myself in Jesus. He said to me, "My daughter, when a soul merges into my will, it happens to her like two vessels that contain different liquids and are poured into each other. Then the first becomes filled with what the second contained and the second with what the first contained. In the same way, the creature becomes filled with me and I with it. As my will contains holiness, beauty, power, love, etc., pouring into me, By merging into my will and by surrendering to her, the soul comes to be filled with my holiness, my love, my beauty, etc., and this in the most perfect way possible for a creature. On my side, I feel filled with the soul. Finding in her my holiness, my beauty, my love, etc. I look at all these qualities as if they were his own. I like it so much that I fall in love with her, and may I jealously guard it in the innermost part of my heart, continually enriching and beautifying it with my divine qualities, so that my joy and love for them is always increasing. I continued in my usual state, and my kind Jesus showed himself to me with hands filled with chastisements to strike the creatures. The punishments seemed to be increasing. There were plots against the Church, and the name of Rome was mentioned. Dressed in black, blessed Jesus seemed very distressed. He said to me, "My daughter, chastisements will lead to resurrection. But there will be so many of them that all will be plunged into mourning and sorrow. As creatures are my limbs, that is why I am dressed in black." I was appalled and begged Jesus to calm down. To console me, he said to me, "My daughter, Fiat must be a soft fastener binding all your actions. My will and yours form this attachment. Know that every thought, word, or action made in my will is an additional channel of communication that opens between me and the creature. If all your actions are related to my will, no channel will be closed between you and me." Having suffered greatly because of the deprivation of my ever-kind Jesus, he showed himself briefly. He was in a state of extreme suffering. I took my courage with both hands and approached his mouth. After kissing him, I tried to suck in, who knows, maybe I can relieve him by sucking in some of his bitterness, I thought to myself. To my surprise, I sucked a little, which I usually can't do. But, no doubt because his suffering was too great, he did not seem to have noticed it. He nevertheless moved a little, looked at me and said, "My daughter, I can't take it any more, I can't take it any more. The creatures have exceeded the limits. They had filled me with so much bitterness that my justice was going to decree general destruction. However, by the fact that you have freed me from some of this bitterness, my righteousness can now be contained. The punishments will, however, be further extended." Ah! Man never ceases to incite me to flood him with suffering and punishment. Without it, he doesn't change his thinking. I prayed that he would calm down. In an emotional tone, he said to me, "Ah! My daughter, my daughter." Then he disappeared. I was in my usual state, and I continued in deprivation and bitterness. I thought of the passion of my kind Jesus, and I heard him repeating, "My life, my life, my mom, my mom." "Any surprise?" I said to him. "What does this mean?" He replied, "My daughter, when I feel that my thoughts and words are repeated in you, that you love me with my love, that you want with my will, that thou shalt desire with my desires, and all the rest, I feel that my life is reproducing in you. My satisfaction is so great that I am inclined to repeat over and over again, my life, my life. When I think of what my dear mother suffered, she who wanted to take away all my sufferings and suffer them for me. And when I see that you are trying to imitate him, begging me to let you suffer what the creatures make me suffer, I am inclined to repeat, my mother, my mom. In the midst of so much bitterness that my heart lives as a result of so much suffering in creatures, my only relief is to feel that my life is repeated. Thus, I feel that the creatures are again welded to me. This morning my ever-kind Jesus came and he said to me, "My daughter, my life on earth was just a seeding so that my children could reap the benefits. However, they can reap these fruits only if they remain on the soil where I have sown. And the value of these fruits goes according to the dispositions of the harvesters. This seed is formed from my works, my words, my thoughts, my breaths, etc. If the soul knows how to take advantage of these fruits, it is rich enough to buy the kingdom of heaven. If she does not, these fruits will be used for her condemnation." This morning, without being long in coming, my sweet Jesus came. He was thrilling and restless. Throwing himself into my arms, he said to me, "My daughter, give me rest, let me pour out love. If my righteousness wants to pour out, it can do so on all creatures. But my love can only be poured out on creatures who love me, who are wounded by my love, who, delusional, seek to pour into my love by asking me even more love. If my love does not find a creature to pour out on it, my righteousness will ignite further and will give the final blow to destroy the poor creatures." Then he kissed me again and again, saying to me, "I love you, but with eternal love. I love you, but with immense love. I love you, but with a love that you cannot understand. I love you, but with a love that will never have limits or ends. I love you, but with a love that you can never match." Who could say all the expressions he used to tell me that he loved me? For each one, he was waiting for an answer from me. Not knowing what to say and not having enough words to compete with him, I said to him, "My life, you know that I have nothing and that, if I have something, it is from you that I hold it and that I always return to you what you give me. So, being all in you, my things are full of life. While I continue to be nothing. I make your love my own and I say to you, I love you. Of an immense and eternal love. A love that has no limits. Which has no end and which is equal to your own love." I kissed him again and again. And, as I kept telling him I love you, he became calm and rested. Then he disappeared. Subsequently, he returned showing himself in the form of his most holy humanity, beaten, wounded, dislocated, bloodied. I was horrified. He said to me, "My daughter, look, I carry within me all those poor wounded who are under the bullets, and I suffer with them. I want you too to take part in these sufferings for their salvation." He turned into me and I became terribly suffering. While I was in my usual, I found myself out of my body in the presence of Queen Mom. I prayed to her to intercede with Jesus so that the scourge of war would end. I told him, "Mother, mercy for so many victims. Don't you see all this blood shed, all these limbs cut to pieces, all these moans, all these tears? You are the mother of Jesus and also ours. It is up to you to reconcile your children." During my prayer, she was crying. However, she remained inflexible. I cried with her and continued to pray to her for peace. She said to me, "My daughter, the earth is not yet purified and hearts are still hardened. Moreover, if the punishments ended, who would save the priests? Who would convert them? The clothes that cover the lives of many are so deplorable that even secularists are disgusted. Let us pray, let us pray." This morning I felt such compassion for Jesus, overwhelmed by the offenses of creatures, that I was ready to undergo any suffering to prevent sin. I prayed and repaired from the bottom of my heart. Blessed Jesus came. And his heart seemed to carry the same wounds as my heart, but, oh, how much bigger! He said to me, "My daughter." At the sight of the creatures, my divinity was as if wounded with love for them. This injury made me descend from heaven to earth, crying, "Shed my blood and do everything I have done." The soul that lives in my will feels this wound keenly. She weeps, prays, and is willing to suffer everything so that the poor creatures will be saved. And may my wound of love not be aggravated by their offenses. Ah! My daughter! These tears, prayers, sufferings, and reparations soften my wound and pose on my chest like precious stones, which I am delighted to present to my Father to bring him to have mercy on creatures. A divine vein rises and falls between these souls and me, a vein that consumes their human blood. The more these souls share my wound and my life, the more the vein grows. It becomes so great that these souls become other Christs. And I say unceasingly to my Father, I am in heaven. But there are other Christs on earth, who are injured by my own injury and who, like me, weep, suffer, pray, etc. Therefore, we must pour out our mercy on earth. Ah! These souls who live in my will and who share my wound of love are as I was on earth and will be as I am in heaven, where they will share the glory of my humanity. After receiving Holy Communion, I said to myself, how should I offer this communion to please Jesus? With his customary kindness, he said to me, my daughter, if you want to please me, offer your communion as I did myself in my humanity. Before giving communion to others, I gave myself communion to myself, that my Father may receive complete glory for all the communions of creatures, and also to take in me reparations for all the sacrileges and offences that my humanity would have to suffer in the sacrament of the Eucharist. Since my humanity encompassed the divine will, it also encompassed all the repairs of all time. And as I received myself with dignity. On the other hand, by the fact that all the acts of creatures were deified by my humanity, I was able to seal the communions of all creatures with my communion. Otherwise, how could a creature have received a God? In short, my humanity opened the door for creatures to receive me. You, my daughter, do this in my will by uniting yourself with my humanity. In this way, you will include everything and I will find in you the repairs of all, compensation for everything, and my contentment. More than that, I will find in you another myself. Finding me in my usual state, my ever-amiable Jesus showed himself briefly. I begged him to change the decree of divine righteousness. I said to him, my Jesus, I can't take it any more. My poor heart is crushed because of the so many tragedies I hear about. Jesus, these are your dear images, your beloved children, who groan under the weight of so many almost infernal instruments. Jesus answered me, ah, my daughter, the terrible things that are happening now are just a sketch of the drawing. Don't you see the great circle that I draw? What will happen when I come to the real drawing? In several places it will be said, there was such and such a city here, there was such and such a building here. A few places will disappear completely. Time is short. The man has reached the point where I am forced to chastise him. He almost wanted to provoke me, challenge me, and I remained patient. But the time has come. He did not want to know me in the aspect of love and mercy. He will know me in the aspect of justice. So, courage, let us not lose heart so hastily. I felt very distressed because my sweet Jesus, my life and my all, did not show up. I thought to myself, if I could, I would deafen heaven and earth with my lamentations so as to move him with compassion for my poor state. What a misfortune, to know him, to love him, and to remain without him. Can there be greater misfortune? While I was complaining like this, blessed Jesus showed himself in my interior. He said to me in a stern tone, my daughter, don't tempt me. Why this agitation? I told you everything to keep you quiet. I told you that when I don't come, it's because my righteousness wants me to tighten the screw on punishments. Before, you could hardly believe that it was to chastise that I was not coming, since you did not hear about the great punishments that are coming into the world. Now you hear these things and, despite this, you continue to doubt? Isn't that tempting me? I trembled when I heard Jesus speak to me so harshly. To calm me down, he changed his tone, and tenderly he added, my daughter, courage, I don't leave you. I am still in you, although you do not always see me. Always unite with me. If you pray, let your prayer flow into mine by making my prayer your prayer. In this way, all that I have done with my prayers, the glory I have given to the Father, the good that I have obtained for all, you will do it too. If you work, make your work flow into mine and make my work your work. Thus, you will have in your power all the good done by my humanity, which sanctified and divinized everything. If you suffer, make your suffering flow into mine, and make my suffering your suffering. so you will have in your power all the good that I have achieved through redemption. Thus, you will take over the three essential aspects of my life, and immense seas of grace will come out of you and pour out for the good of all. Your life will be not like yours, but like mine. I complained to Jesus blessed about his customary privations and wept bitterly. My kind Jesus showed himself in a pitiful state by letting me know that things will get worse. It made me cry even more. He said to me, "My daughter, you cry for the present, but I cry for the future. Oh! In what labyrinth the nations will find themselves! To the point where one will be the terror of the other. They will be unable to cope on their own. They will do things as if they are crazy and blind. To the point of acting against themselves. And the imbroglio in which poor Italy has put herself, how many blows she will receive. Remember that a few years ago I told you that she deserved the punishment. To be invaded by foreign nations is the plot that is formed against it. How humiliated and diminished it will be. She was too ungrateful to me. Two nations for which I had a predilection, Italy and France, are among those that rejected me the most. They joined hands to reject me. They will also give each other a hand to be humiliated, just punishment. They will also be the ones who will make the most war on the Church. Ah! My daughter, almost all nations have united to offend me. They plotted against me. What harm did I do to them? Also, almost all of them deserve to be punished. Who could say? The sorrow of Jesus. The state of violence in which he was, and also my fear? I said, how can I live in the midst of so many tragedies? Either you choose me as a victim and spare the people, or you take me with you. I felt oppressed and thought to myself. It's all over, the victimhood, the suffering, Jesus, everything. And since my confessor was not well, it seemed quite likely to me that I was going to be deprived of communion. I felt the full weight of the suspension of my victim status. And, on behalf of my spiritual guide, I had no indication of this, neither positive nor negative. Moreover, I recalled that last March, while my confessor was not well and that I was in the same situation, Jesus told me that if I or the one who guides me keeps me in the state of victim, he would spare Corrado. Hence the additional fear that I could be the cause of serious difficulties for Corrado. Who could say all my apprehensions and bitterness? I was petrified. Having mercy on me, my blessed Jesus showed himself in my interior. He seemed all afflicted and he had a hand on his forehead. I didn't have the courage to call him, and almost whispering, I simply said, Jesus, Jesus. He looked at me, but, oh! How sad his look was. He said to me, my daughter, how I suffer. If you knew the pain of the one who loves you, you would do nothing but cry. I suffer because of you too, because, as I do not come very often, my love is thwarted and I cannot pour it out. Moreover, by seeing yourself suffering because you too cannot pour out your love. Since you don't see me, I suffer even more. Oh! My daughter, a coerced love is the greatest torture for the heart. If you stay calm when you suffer, I don't suffer as much. But if you grieve and worry, I get restless and fall into delirium. And I am forced to come and pour out and let you pour out, since my suffering and yours are sisters. That said, your victim state is not over. My works are eternal. And I do not suspend them without just reason, suspension which, in any case, is only temporary. Know that I am old to the things of my will. You remain as you were, because your will has not changed. And if you don't have suffering, you don't suffer the damage. Rather, they are the creatures who do not receive the effects of your suffering. That is, they are not spared when it comes to punishment. It happens as to a person who holds a public office for a given time. Even if she retires, she receives a salary for life. Should I let myself be overtaken by the creatures? Ah! No. If a pension for life is given to the creatures, I give a pension for eternity. Therefore, you don't have to worry about the breaks I take. Why are you afraid? Have you forgotten how much I showed you my love? Whoever guides you will be careful, knowing how things are. And I will have a look for Corrado. As far as you are concerned, whatever happens, I hold you firmly in my arms. I completely blended into my ever-amiable Jesus. Meanwhile, he came and, blending into me, he said to me, "My daughter, when the soul lives completely in my will, if she thinks, her thoughts are reflected in my mind in heaven, if she wishes. If she speaks, if she loves, everything is reflected in me. And everything I do is reflected in her. It's like when the sun is reflected in a mirror. We can see another sun in this mirror, completely similar to the sun in the sky, with the difference that the sun in the sky is fixed and always remains in its place, while the sun in a mirror is passing through. My will crystallizes the soul. Everything she does is reflected in me. And I, wounded and seduced by this reflection, I send all my light to her in such a way as to form another sun in her. Thus, it seems that there is one sun in heaven and another on earth. What enchantment and what harmonies between these two suns! How many benefits are poured out for the benefit of all! But if the soul is not fixed in my will, it can happen to him as in the sun formed in the mirror. After a while, the mirror becomes dark again and the sun in the sky remains alone. My days continue in affliction, especially because of Jesus' constantly repeated words that tell me that the punishments will increase. Last night, I was terrorized. I was out of my body and found my Jesus afflicted. I thought I was going to be reborn to a new life, but that was not the case. As I approached Jesus to console him, a few people grabbed him and cut him to pieces. What a shock, what a fright! I threw myself on the ground near one of these pieces and a voice from heaven proclaimed, "Firmness and courage for the few good ones left. May they stand firm and neglect nothing. They will be exposed to great tribulations on the part of God and on the part of men. It is only by their faithfulness that they will not falter and will be saved. The earth will be overwhelmed with plagues never seen before. At the cost of the worst carnage, creatures will try to destroy their Creator to have their own God and satisfy their whims. Not reaching their goal, they will arrive at the most horrible brutalities. Everything will be terror. Afterwards, trembling, I returned to my body. The thought of my beloved Jesus reduced to pieces gave me death. I wanted to see him again at all costs to find out what had happened to him. My ever-good Jesus came and I calmed down. May he always be blessed. I continue to live very bitter days. Blessed Jesus comes only rarely, and if I complain, he answers me with a sob or says things like, "My daughter, you know, I rarely come because the punishments are increasing. Why are you complaining?" I reached the point where I could no longer take it and burst into tears. To calm me down and comfort me, he came and spent most of the night with me. At one point, he stroked me, kissed me, and supported me. To another, he threw himself into my arms to rest. Or he would show me terror in people, they were running in all directions. I remember he said to me, "My daughter, what I possess by my power, the soul possesses in her will. Therefore, I look at all the good she actually wants to do as if she is actually doing it. I have the will and the power, if I want, I can. On the other hand, the soul can't do much. But his will compensates for his lack of power. In this way, it tends to become another self. And I enrich him with all the merits of the good that his will wants to do." He added, "My daughter, when the soul gives itself completely to me, I establish my dwelling place in her. Often, I like to close everything and stay in the shadows. Other times, I like to sleep and I place the soul as a sentinel so that it does not allow anyone to come and disturb me. And, if necessary, she must take care of the intruders and answer them for me. Sometimes still, I like to open everything and let in the winds, the coldness of the creatures, the stingers of sin and many other things. The soul must be happy with everything and let me do whatever I want. She has to make my things her own. If I were not free to do in her whatever I want, I would be unhappy. If I had to be careful to make him feel how much I enjoy or how much I suffer, where would my freedom be? Ah! Everything is in my will. When the soul takes within it my will, it is the substance of my being that it takes. Therefore, when she does good, it is as if that good comes out of me. And, coming from me, it is like a ray of light that benefits all creatures. This morning my sweet Jesus made himself seen in my heart. His heart was beating in mine. I looked at him and he said, "My daughter, for him who really loves me and who makes my will in everything. His heartbeat and mine are one. I call them my heartbeat and, as such, I want them inside my heart, ready to console him and soften his sorrow. His heartbeat and mine creates a sweet harmony that tells me about souls and forces me to save them. But what stripping is required for the soul? His life must be more a life of heaven than a life of earth. More a divine life than a human life. A shadow, a very small thing is enough to prevent the soul to perceive the harmonies and holiness of my heartbeat. So, his heartbeat does not harmonize with mine and I must remain alone in my sorrows and joys. I live as if I am dying because of the continual deprivation of my sweet Jesus. This morning I found myself totally in Jesus, immersed in the immensity of my supreme good. I saw Jesus in me and I could hear all parts of his being speak. His feet, his hands, his heart, his mouth, etc. In short, voices came from everywhere. Not only were they voices, but these voices multiplied for all creatures. Jesus' feet spoke to the feet and footsteps of all creatures. His hands spoke to their work, his eyes to their looks, his thoughts to their thoughts, etc. What harmonies between the Creator and his creatures! What a wonderful vision! What love! Alas, these harmonies were broken by ingratitude and sin. Jesus received offenses as return. All afflicted, he said to me, "My daughter, I am the Word that is, the Word, and my love for creatures is so great that I equip my being with a multitude of voices to join the totality. Their actions, their thoughts, their affections, their desires, etc. with the hope of receiving in return acts filled with love for me. I give love and I want to be given love. But I rather receive offenses. I give life and, if they could, they would give me death. Despite this, I continue to love. Souls who swim in my immensity and live united to me in my will become all voices in the same way as me. If they work, their footsteps speak and pursue sinners. Their thoughts are voices for the spirits. And so on. From these souls, and only from them, I receive, as expected, my reward for creation. Seeing that, unable to do anything by themselves to match my love and maintain harmony between them and me, these souls enter into my will, make it their property and act in a divine way. My love finds its outpouring in them. I love them more than any other creature. I continue to live my most desolate days. And I fear that one day Jesus will come even just in passing. In my pain, I repeat over and over again, "Jesus, don't do this to me. If you do not want to speak, I accept it. If you do not want to make me suffer, I resign myself to it. If you do not want to give me the gift of your charisms, Fiat, but do not come at all, not that. You know it would cost me my life. And that my nature, left without you until the evening, would disintegrate." As I said this, Jesus showed himself. Adding to my bitterness, he said to me, "Know that if I do not come to pour into you for a while, it is because the world is receiving its last blow of destruction and all kinds of plagues." These words petrified me and I continued my prayer by saying, "My Jesus, may in every moment of your deprivation a new life of you be created in souls, only on this condition do I accept to be deprived of you. It is not a trivial matter to be deprived of you, the immense, infinite, eternal God. The cost is enormous. Therefore, this contract is justified. Jesus placed his arms around my neck as if to signify that he accepted. I looked at him in awe. What has horrible vision? Not only his head, but all his most holy humanity was covered with thorns. So I was all stung when I kissed him. But I wanted to enter Jesus at all costs. And he, all goodness, broke his garment of thorns vis-a-vis his heart and placed me in it. I could see his divinity. Although she was one with her humanity, she remained untouchable while her humanity was tormented. He said to me, "My daughter, have you seen? What a horrible garment the creatures have made me, and how do these thorns cover all my humanity? Covering all my humanity, they close the door to my divinity. However, it is only by my humanity that my divinity can act for the good of creatures. It is therefore necessary that part of these thorns be removed to be poured on the creatures. Thus, as the light of my divinity escapes through these thorns, I will be able to bring souls to safety. It is also necessary for the land to be reached by punishments, earthquakes, famines, wars, etc., so that this garment of thorns that the creatures have made me may be broken and so that the light of divinity may penetrate into souls, free them from their illusions, and to make better times rise. While I was in my usual state, my kind Jesus showed himself flooded with light. This light emanated from his most holy humanity and gave him a very great beauty. I was surprised and he said to me, "My daughter, every pain I have suffered in my humanity, every drop of blood I have shed, every wound, every prayer, every word, every action, every step, etc., produced light in my humanity. And this light embellished me to the point that all the blesseds of heaven were delighted. As far as souls are concerned, every thought they have about my passion, every act of compassion they perform, each act of reparation, etc., brings down into them the light emanating from my humanity and which embellishes them. Every thought about my passion is an addition of light that will turn into eternal joy." I was in prayer and my kind Jesus stood near me. I perceived that he was also praying and I began to listen to him. He said to me, "My daughter, pray, but pray like me. That is, immerse yourself entirely in my will, in it you will find God and all creatures. Appropriating all the things of creatures, you present them to God, since everything belongs to him. Then you put at his feet all their good deeds to give glory to God, and their bad deeds by repairing for them by holiness, the power and the immensity of the divine will to which nothing escapes. This is how my humanity did on earth. As holy as she was, she needed the divine will to give complete satisfaction to the Father for the redemption of human generations. In fact, it was only in the divine will that I could join all past, present and future generations, as well as all their actions, thoughts, words, etc., leaving nothing to escape me. I took all the thoughts of the creatures in my mind. I appeared before the Supreme Majesty and I was repairing for all. In my eyes I took the eyes of all creatures. In my voice their words. In my movements their movements. In my hands their work. In my heart their affections and desires. In my feet their footsteps, I made them my own. And, by the divine will, my humanity satisfied the Father and saved the poor creatures. The Divine Father was satisfied. In fact, he could not reject me since he himself was the divine will. Could he have rejected himself? Certainly not. Especially since, in these acts, he found perfect holiness, an inaccessible and delightful beauty, the highest love, immense and eternal acts, and absolute power. This was the whole life of my humanity on earth, from the first moment of my conception to my last breath. And this continued in heaven and in the most blessed sacrament. That said, why can't you do the same? For the one who loves me, anything is possible. United to me, in my will. Take the thoughts of all creatures in yours and present them to the Divine Majesty. In your looks, your words, your movements, your affections, and your desires, take those of your brothers. For the purpose of repairing and interceding for them. In my will, you will find yourself in me and in all. You will live my life and pray with me. The Divine Father will be happy. And the whole of heaven will say, who calls us from the earth? What is this creature that wants to compress into itself the divine will by including us all? How many goods can the earth obtain by bringing heaven down to earth? Continuing in my usual state, I was deeply distressed. Especially because, in recent days, Jesus had shown me that foreign soldiers were invading Italy. They thus led to a great massacre and a lot of bloodshed among our soldiers. So much so that Jesus himself was horrified. I felt my poor heart burst and I said to Jesus, save from this sea of blood my brothers, your images. And don't allow a single one to plunge into hell. Seeing that divine justice was about to increase its fury against the poor creatures even more, I felt myself dying. As if to distract me from these terrifying thoughts, Jesus said to me, my daughter, my love for creatures is so great that when a soul decides to give itself to me, I flood him with graces. I cradle her, I caress her. I give him sensitive graces, fervor, inspirations. I squeeze it on my heart. Seeing itself thus flooded with graces, the soul begins to love me. Initiates in his heart a beginning of pious practices and prayers, and begins to practice virtue. All this forms like a field of flowers in his soul. But my love is not just about flowers. He also wants fruit. Also, it drops the flowers. That is, it strips the soul. His sensitive love. His fervor and many other things. So that fruits appear. If the soul is loyal, it continues with its pious exercises and the practice of virtues. She no longer has a taste for human things. She no longer thinks of herself, but only of me. By her trust in me, she gives flavor to the fruits, by her loyalty she lets them ripen and by his courage, tolerance, and tranquility, they ripen and become quality fruits. And I, the heavenly farmer, pick these fruits and make them my food. Then I open another field, more flowery and more beautiful, in which heroic fruits will grow, which will bring out of my heart incredible graces. However, if the soul becomes disloyal, suspicious, restless, worldly, etc., its fruits will be tasteless, bitter, covered with mud, and will be likely to annoy me and cause me to withdraw. This morning, when my ever-kind Jesus showed himself, I squeezed him on my heart and he kissed me. As he kissed me, I felt a very bitter liquid dripping from his mouth into mine. I was astonished by the fact that, without warning me, my sweet Jesus poured out his bitterness in me. Whereas, usually, I had to beg him to do so as long as he did not concede. When I was filled with this liquid, Jesus continued to pour it. He overflowed outside and fell to the ground. But Jesus always continued to pour it out. So much so that a small lake of this liquid formed around me and Jesus blessed. Afterwards, he seemed a little relieved and said to me, my daughter, have you seen how much bitterness the creatures pour into me? So much so that, unable to absorb more, I wanted to pour it into you. And since you couldn't contain everything either, it has spread on the ground and it will have to spill over the people. While he was saying this, he was showing me places and cities that were going to be hit by the invasion of foreigners. People were running away. Others were naked and hungry. Some went into exile and others were killed. Horror and fear everywhere. Jesus himself turned his gaze away from this horrible sight. Frightened, I tried to persuade Jesus to stop all this. But he seemed inflexible. He said to me, my daughter, it is their own bitterness that divine justice pours out on people. I wanted to pour it out first on you, so that some places are spared and to please you, then I poured the rest on them. My justice demands satisfaction. I said to him, my love and my life. I don't know much about justice, and if I pray to you, it is to implore your mercy. I appeal to your love, to your wounds, to your blood. After all, these are your children, your dear images. My poor brothers, what can they do? In what maze are they? You tell me that, to please me, you have poured bitterness into me. But the places you've spared are too few. He said. On the contrary, it's too much. It is because I love you that I have spared some. Otherwise I would have spared nothing. Also, didn't you see that you couldn't contain more bitterness? I burst into tears and said to him, you tell me that you love me, where is this love? True love knows how to satisfy his lover in everything. Then, why don't you make me fatter so that I can contain more bitterness and my brothers are spared? Jesus wept with me and disappeared. I was in my usual state and my ever-kind Jesus came, completely transformed me into him, and said to me, my daughter, my love feels an irresistible need for reparation. After so many offenses on the part of the creatures, he wants at least one soul, who, placing himself between me and the creatures, gives me a complete repair of love on behalf of all, and who knows how to bring out of me graces for all. However, you can only do this in my will, where you will find me, myself, as well as all creatures. Oh, how I desire you to enter into my will, in order to be able to find in you the satisfaction and repair for everything. It is only in my will that you will find all things in action, because I am the engine, the actor, and the spectator for everything. While he was saying this, I immersed myself in his will, and who can say everything? I found myself in contact with all the thoughts of the creatures. In his will, I multiplied in each one. With the holiness of his will, I repair for all. I had a thank you for all and love for all. Then, in a similar way, I multiplied in all the looks, all the words and everything else. Who could describe everything that happened? I lack words. And maybe the angels themselves can only stammer on the subject. Therefore, I will stop here. I thus spent the whole night with Jesus, in his will. Then I felt the Queen Mom near me, and she said to me, my daughter, pray. I replied, my mother, let us pray together, for alone I do not know how to pray. She continued, the most powerful prayers on the heart of my son are those made by dressing up in what Jesus did and suffered. Therefore, my daughter, surround your head with the thorns of Jesus. Decorate your eyes with tears. Imbue your tongue with its bitterness. Dress your soul with its blood. Adorn yourself with his wounds. Pierce your hands and feet with his nails. And, like another Christ, present yourself before the divine majesty. This sight will move her to the point that she will not be able to refuse you anything. But, alas, how few creatures know how to use the gifts of my Son. This is how I prayed on earth and continue to do so in heaven. Then we both dressed in the insignia of Jesus and presented ourselves before the divine throne. This moves all of heaven. And the angels, somewhat surprised, paved the way for us. Then I came back into my body. When I am in my usual state, my kind Jesus shows himself as if by the way. Or he says a few words and disappears. Or it hides inside me. I remember that one day he said to me, my daughter, I am the center, and all creation receives the life of this center. Thus, I am life of all thoughts, any word, any action, of everything. But creatures use this life to offend me. I give them life and, if they could, they would give me death. I also remember that as I prayed to him to stop the plagues, he said to me, my daughter, do you think I want to punish them? Ah! No, quite the contrary. My love is so great that I have spent my whole life redoing what man was to do for the Supreme Majesty. And as my deeds were divine, I multiplied them for all to the point of filling heaven and earth, so that justice would not come to strike man. But, through sin, man broke this defense. And, when the defense is broken, the plagues strike. What other little things he told me. This morning I was complaining because he was not responding, especially because he was not stopping the punishments. I said to him, "Why pray if you don't want to answer me? On the contrary, you tell me that the evil will get worse." He replied, "My daughter, good is always good. You should know that. Every prayer, each repair, every act of love, every holy thing, what the creature does is an additional paradise that it acquires. Thus, the simplest holy act will be one more paradise, one less act, one less paradise. In fact, every good act comes from God. As a result, the soul acquires God through him. God contains innumerable, eternal, and infinite joys, to the point that the blessed themselves will never be able to exhaust them. So it is not surprising that, as every good act acquires God, God is obliged to reward them with so much contentment. If, out of love for me, the soul is saddened because of a distraction, in heaven, his intelligence will have more light and will enjoy as much paradise. How many times she will have sacrificed her intelligence! Moreover, she will understand God more. If she endures the cold out of love for me, she will enjoy a wide variety of contentments from my love. If she suffers from darkness out of love for me, she will have a lot of contentment coming from my inaccessible light. And so on. This is what one more prayer or one less prayer means. I was in my usual state and my sweet Jesus came briefly and he said to me, "My daughter, my love irresistibly seeks souls who live in my will. Because it is in such souls that I establish my quarters. My love wants to do good to all souls. But sins prevent me from pouring out my blessings in them. Therefore, I seek souls who live in my will, for in them nothing prevents me from pouring out my graces. And, through them, the cities and the people around them can enjoy my graces more. Consequently, the more quarters I have on earth, the more my love finds its fulfillment and the more he pours out for the good of humanity." Continuing in my usual state, I felt all distressed because of the deprivation of my kind Jesus. I complained that every deprivation he made me suffer was a death that he added to me, a cruel death since, while I felt me dying, I did not die. I said to him, "How can you have the heart to overwhelm me with so many dead?" Jesus replied, "My daughter, do not be discouraged. When my humanity was on earth, it contained all the lives of creatures, all of which came from me. But, how many were not going to come back to me, since when they died they would head to hell? I felt the death of each one and it tormented my humanity a lot. These were the cruelest punishments of my earthly life, until my last breath. The pain you feel because of my deprivation is only a shadow compared to the pain I felt because of the loss of souls. Therefore, give me your trouble to soften mine. Let your sorrow flow in my will where it will join mine and will act for the good of all, especially those who are about to fall into the abyss. If you keep it to yourself, clouds will form between you and me. The current of my will be broken between you and me. Your sorrow will not meet mine. You will not be able to spread yourself for the good of all, and you will feel the full weight of this. On the other hand, if you strive to let all your suffering flow into my will, there will be no cloud between you and me. Your sufferings will bring you light and open new channels of union, love, and grace." I was merging into the most holy will and my sweet Jesus said to me, "It is only through the souls who live in my will that I truly feel rewarded for creation, redemption, and sanctification. Only these souls glorify me in the way that creatures must do. Therefore, they will be in heaven the precious stones of my throne and will have all the contentments and glory that the other blesseds will have individually. These souls will be like queens around my throne and the others will be around them, while the blessed will be suns shining in the heavenly Jerusalem. The souls who have lived in my will shine in my own sun. They will be as if merged with my sun. And they will see the other blessed from within me. Because it is right that having lived on earth united to me, in my will, and having not lived a life of their own, they will have a distinct place in heaven. And there they will continue the life they lived on earth. Completely transformed into me and immersed in the sea of my contentments. This morning, after communion, I felt completely merged in the will of my kind Jesus. I was swimming in her. Who could say how I felt? I have no words to say it. Jesus said to me, "My daughter, when a soul lives in my will, it can be said that it lives divinely on earth." Oh! How I like to see souls enter into my will for live there divinely and repeat what my humanity was doing. When I gave myself communion, I received myself in the will of the Father and, in doing so, not only I fixed everything, but by the immensity and omniscience of the divine will, I have given communion to all. And seeing that many were not going to enjoy the sacrament of the Eucharist, which would offend the Father since these people were going to refuse to receive my life, I gave the Father satisfaction and glory as if all were going to receive communion. You too receive communion in my will by repeating what I have done. So you're not just going to fix everything, but you will give me all as I did myself. And you will give me glory as if all were receiving communion. My heart is all moved when I see that, unable by itself to give me anything worthy of me, the creature takes my things, makes them his own, and does as I did. He added, "The acts done in my will are simple acts. Because they are simple, they act on everything and on everyone. Sunlight, because it is simple, is light for all eyes. An act done in my will spreads in all hearts, in all works, in all. My being, which is simple, contains everything. He has no feet, but he is the step of all. He has no eyes, but he is the eyes and light of all. Without any effort, he gives life to everything, the ability to act to all. Thus, the soul that is in my will becomes simple and, with me, it multiplies in all and does good to all. Oh! If all understood the immense value of the deeds done in my will, even the smallest, they would not let any of them escape. This morning I received communion as Jesus taught me, that is, united to his humanity, to his divinity and to his will. He showed himself to me and I kissed him and hugged him on my heart. He did the same to me. Then he said to me, "My daughter, how glad I am that you have received me by uniting you to my humanity, to my divinity and to my will. You have renewed in me all the contentment I had when I communed myself. And when you kissed me and squeezed me on your heart, as you had all the creatures in you. Since I was totally in you, I had the feeling that all the creatures kissed me and clenched me on their hearts. And, as it was your will to return to the Father the love of all creatures, as it was mine when I communed myself, the Father accepted their love through you, even if many do not love him. As I myself have accepted their love through you. I found in my will a creature who loves me, who makes reparations, etc. on behalf of all. Thus, because in my will there is nothing that the creature cannot give me, I felt that I loved creatures, even if they offend me. And I continue to invent love ploys for the hardest hearts in order to convert them by the souls who live in my will. I feel like chained, prisoner, and I give them the merit of the greatest conversions. I was doing the hours of the Passion and blessed Jesus said to me, "My daughter, during my earthly life, thousands and thousands of angels accompanied my humanity. They collected everything I did. My steps, my works, my words, my sighs, my sorrows, the drops of my blood, etc. They gave me honors. They obeyed all my desires. And they would go up to heaven and come down to bring to the Father all that I was doing. These angels have a special mission. When a soul remembers my life, my passion, my blood, my wounds, my prayers, etc. They come to this soul and they collect his words, his prayers, his acts of compassion, his tears, his offerings, etc. They unite them with mine and bring them before my majesty to renew my glory. With reverence, they listen to what souls say and pray with them. Consequently, with what attention and respect should souls do the hours of passion, knowing that angels are hanging from their lips to repeat what they say? He added, in the midst of so much bitterness that creatures give me, these hours are for me pleasant little sweets. Even if they are too few, given all the bitterness I receive from creatures. Therefore, make these hours known as much as you can. I was merging into the divine will and the idea came to me to recommend to Jesus blessed certain people in particular. He said to me, my daughter, specificity is self-evident. Although, theoretically, you should not specify particular intentions. In the order of grace, it is as in the natural order. The sun gives its light to all, although not all people benefit from it to the same degree. And this, not because of the sun, but because of the people. Some use sunlight to work, to learn, to enjoy things. Others use it to enrich themselves and organize their lives so that they do not have to beg for their bread. Others are lazy and do not want to interfere in anything. Although sunlight floods them everywhere, they do not benefit from it. Others are poor and sick because laziness causes a lot of physical and moral harm. They must beg for their bread. That said, is it the sun that is responsible for the difficulties of those who do not take advantage of it? Or would it give more to some than to others? Certainly not. The difference is that some use it, and others don't. The same thing happens in the order of grace which, more than sunlight, floods souls. Sometimes grace becomes a voice for the soul. By calling him out. By instructing him and by correcting it. Sometimes she fires for burn there what is not good and make disappear the taste of worldliness and pleasures, and also for form sufferings and crosses, in order to confer on her the form of holiness intended for her. Sometimes grace is made water for purify the soul, beautify it and imbue it with graces. But who pays attention to these streams of graces? Ah! Too little. And it is daring to say that I give graces of holiness to some, and not to others. While one is content to lead one's life lazily as if the light of grace were not for oneself. He added, my daughter, I love creatures so much that I am sentinel in each one. To watch over them, defend them and, with my own hands, work for their sanctification. However, how much bitterness do they give me? Some reject me. Others ignore me and despise me. Others complain about my surveillance. Others finally slam the door on me by making my work useless. Not only do I become a sentinel for souls, but I choose those who live in my will to accompany me in this task. Since these souls are completely within me, I choose them as second sentinels. These second sentinels console me, thank me on behalf of their protégés, keep me company in the solitude where many hold me, and force me not to abandon souls. I cannot give greater graces to creatures than those souls who live in my will. They are the prodigies of prodigies. I complained to my ever-amiable Jesus because in recent days he was barely showing himself, or after briefly showing me his shadow, he was disappearing. He said to me, my daughter, as you have quickly forgotten that when I do not show myself much, it is for no other reason than to tighten the screw on the corporal. Things are going to rage more and more. Ah! The creatures have attained such perversity that it is not enough for me to touch them in their flesh to bring them to surrender. But let me spray them. One nation will invade the other, they will slaughter each other. Blood will flow in the cities like water. In some nations, people will fight and kill each other. They will behave as if they have gone crazy. Ah! How saddened the man is! I cry over him. At these words, I burst into tears and prayed to Jesus to spare poor Italy. He continued, This poor Italy, ah! If you knew all the evil she commits, how many plots are made against the Church. The blood she sheds is not enough. She also wants the blood of my children, of my clergymen. These crimes will bring him the revenge of heaven and other nations. I was terrified. I am very afraid, but I hope that God will calm down. I complained to my sweet Jesus that he didn't love me as much as he used to. All goodness, he said to me. My daughter, not loving a person who loves me is impossible for me. On the contrary, I feel so attracted to her, that to the smallest act of love she addresses to me, I respond with a triple act of love, and I place in his heart a divine vein, which communicates to him the divine science, the divine holiness and the divine virtues. And, the more the soul loves me, the more this vein develops. And, by irrigating all the powers of the soul, it spreads for the good of other creatures. I have placed this vein in you. And when you miss my presence and you don't hear my voice, this vein makes up for everything and becomes a voice for you and for others. Another day, when, as usual, I was merging into the will of my Jesus, he said to me, "My daughter, the more you merge into me, the more I merge into you. This is how the soul forms its paradise on earth. The more she fills herself with holy desires, thoughts, affections, words, works and not, the more she shapes her paradise. Each of his holy words or thoughts corresponds to an additional contentment. To his good deeds corresponds to great variety of beauties, contentments, and glory. What will not be her surprise when, as soon as she has left the prison of her body, it will be in a magical sea of happiness, joy, light, and beauty, resulting from all the good she has done." I was very distressed because of the deprivation of my adorable Jesus, and I cried bitterly. While I was doing the hours of passion, a thought tormented me. See where your reparations for others have brought you, Jesus has forsaken you. Many other foolish thoughts like that came to me. Moved with compassion, blessed Jesus pressed me on his heart and said to me, "My daughter, you are my spur, my heart is stuck by your violence. If you knew how much I suffer to see you suffer because of me. It is justice that wants to unfold, and your violence forces me to hide. Things will go on more times and, therefore, be patient. In addition, know that the repairs you make for others do you a lot of good for yourself. Indeed, when you repair for others, you strive to do what I was doing, which brings me to repair myself for all, to ask forgiveness for all, to cry for the offenses of all. So these graces that come for others also come for you. What can do you the most good? My reparations, my forgiveness, and my crying, or yours? On the other hand, I never let myself be surpassed in love. When I see that, out of love for me, a soul strives to repair, to love me, to apologize to me, to ask forgiveness for sinners, then, in a very special way, I implore forgiveness for her. I repair for her, and I embellish his soul with my love. Therefore, continue to repair and do not cause conflicts between you and me." I was doing my meditation. According to my habit, I poured myself totally into the will of my sweet Jesus. I saw in my mind a craft containing countless fountains that were throwing waves, water, light and fire. These waves rose to heaven and then spread over all creatures. They reached all of them, although they penetrated inside some and remained outside of others. My ever-kind Jesus said to me, "I am the machine. My love keeps this craft in action so that it pours its waves on everyone. For those who love me, which are empty and who want to receive these waves, they enter into them. As for the others, they are just affected by these waves in a way that they become willing to receive such a great good. The souls who do my will and live in them are in the craft itself. And, since they live in me, they can dispose of the waves for the good of others. These waves being sometimes light that illuminates, sometimes fire that ignites, sometimes water that purifies. How beautiful it is to see those souls who live in my will come out of my machine. Like so many small machines spreading for the good of all. Then they return to the inside of the craft. By disappearing from the midst of creatures to live in me and in me only. I was afflicted because of the deprivation of my sweet Jesus. When he comes, I feel a little relief. But I quickly become more afflicted when I see him more afflicted than I do. There is no question of him calming down. Since the creatures force him to send even more plagues. As he rages, he weeps over the fate of mankind. And he hides in the depths of my heart. As if he did not want to see the sufferings of his creatures. These times are unlivable, but it seems that this is just the beginning. As I was very distressed because of my painful fate, that of being so often without Jesus. He came and, surrounding my neck with one of his arms, he said to me, "My daughter, do not increase my suffering by afflicting you in this way. I already have far too many. I don't expect that from you. I expect you to take ownership of my sorrows, my prayers and all myself. So that I can find in you another self. In these times, I want great satisfactions. And only those who are other myself can meet this expectation. What the Father found in me. Glory, delights, love, complete satisfactions for the good of all, he finds it in these souls. You must have these intentions. At each hour of passion that you do. To each of your actions, all the time. If I do not find these satisfactions, it will be a disaster, the plagues will spread in torrents. My daughter. My daughter. Then he disappeared. I offered my sleep to Jesus by telling him, I take your sleep, I make it my own. And by sleeping with your sleep, I want to give you contentment as if it were another Jesus who was sleeping. Without letting me continue, he said to me, Yes, yes, my daughter, sleep with my sleep. Thus, looking at you, I will see myself in you and we will agree on everything. I want to tell you why my humanity has submitted to the weakness of sleep. The creatures were made by me. As they were mine, I wanted to hold them on my lap and in my arms. In continuous rest. The soul had to rest in my will, holiness, love, beauty, power, etc. all things that give true rest. But, O pain, the creatures have left my knees. And, detached from my arms in which I held them enclosed, they set out to find desires, passions, sins, attachments, pleasures, as well as fear, anxiety, agitation, etc. Although I longed for them and invited them to come and rest in me, they didn't listen to me. This was a great affront to my love. What they did not take into consideration, and which they had no thought of repairing. I made the choice to sleep in order to give satisfaction to the Father for the rest that creatures do not take in him. While I slept, I was getting true rest for all and inviting every heart to renounce sin. I love so much that creatures rest in me. That I didn't just want to sleep for them. But also walk to give rest to their feet. Work to give rest to their hands. Throb and love to give rest to their hearts. In short, I wanted to do everything so that the creatures could rest in me. Find their safety in me. Do everything in me. After receiving communion, I totally identified with Jesus and I poured myself totally into his will. I tell him, I am unable to do or say anything. Thus, I have a very great need to do what you did and repeat your words. In your will, I find the deeds you did by receiving yourself at the Eucharist. I make them my own and I repeat them for you. He said to me, My daughter, the soul that lives in my will, whatever she does it in my will. Which forces me to do the same thing as her. Thus, if the soul receives communion in my will, I repeat what I did by communing myself and I renew the fruits attached to this act. If she prays in my will, I pray with her and renew the fruits of my prayers. If she suffers, works, or speaks in my will, I suffer with her, renewing the fruits of my sufferings. I work with her, renewing the fruits of my work. He speaks with her, renewing the fruits of my words. And so on. Continuing in my usual state, I reflected on the sufferings of my kind Jesus and united my inner martyrdom with his sufferings. He said to me, "My daughter, my executioners could lacerate my body, insult me and trample me, but they could not touch my will or my love, which I wanted free, to be able to pour myself totally for the good of all, including my enemies. Oh, may my will and love triumph in the midst of my enemies. They beat me with whips, and I struck them with my love and chained them with my will. They pricked my head with thorns, and my love filled their minds with light to make me known. They opened wounds on my body, and my love healed their souls. They gave me death, and my love gave them life. When I breathed my last breath, the flames of my love touched their hearts and they led them to bow down before me and recognize me as the true God. During my mortal life, I have never been more glorious and triumphant than when I was suffering. My daughter, I made souls free in their will and love. If some can take possession of the external works of other creatures, no one can do it with their will and love. I wanted creatures to be free in this area so that, freely, their will and love could be turned to me and to offer me the noblest and purest acts that it is possible for them to offer me. Being free, creatures and I can pour us into each other, to go to heaven to love and glorify the Father and to be there in the company of the Holy Trinity and also to stand on earth, in order to do good to all, to fill all hearts with our love, to conquer them and to chain them with our will. I couldn't give a greater dowry to the creatures. That said, how can the soul make the best use of this freedom in the realm of will and love? Through suffering. In suffering, love grows, the will is strengthened and, like a queen, the creature governs itself and attaches itself to my heart. His suffering surround me like a crown, attract my pity and lead me to let myself be dominated by it. I cannot resist the suffering of a loving creature. I keep her by my side like a queen. Through suffering, the creature's dominion over me is so great that it makes him acquire nobility, dignity, gentleness, heroism, and self-forgetfulness. In addition, the other creatures compete to be able to be dominated by it. The more the soul identifies with me and works with me, the more I feel absorbed in it. If she thinks, I feel my thoughts absorbed by her mind. If she looks, speaks, breathes, or acts, I feel my gaze, my voice, my breathing, my action, my steps, and my heartbeat melted into hers. It totally absorbs me. And, by absorbing me, she acquires my mannerisms and my likeness. I see myself in her continuously. This morning, my kind Jesus said to me, "My daughter, holiness is made up of small things. He who disdains little things cannot be holy. He is like someone who would despise the small grains of wheat which, grouped together, constitute his food. If we neglected to group these small grains together to make food, we would be the cause of a lack of food necessary for bodily life. Similarly, if one neglects to concern oneself with small acts to nourish one's holiness, it is in bad shape. Just as our body cannot live without food, our soul needs the nourishment of small acts, to become holy. Being in my usual state, I found myself out of my body. I saw my kind Jesus dripping with blood and covered with a horrible crown of thorns. Looking at me with difficulty through the thorns, he said to me, "My daughter, the world has become unbalanced because it has lost the thought of my passion." In the darkness, he did not find the light of my passion that would have enlightened him. As this light would have made known to him my love and how much souls have cost me, he would have begun to love the one who loved him so much, and the light of my passion would have guided him and put him on his guard in the midst of dangers. In weakness, he did not find the strength of my passion that would have sustained him. In impatience, he did not find the mirror of my patience that would have infused him with calm and resignation. And, at the sight of my patience, he would have felt embarrassed and he would have made it a point to dominate himself. In the sufferings, he did not find the comfort of the sufferings of a God who would have infused him with the love of suffering. In sin, he did not find my holiness who would have infused him with the hatred of sin. Ah! The man abused everything. Because, on all points, he distanced himself from the one who could have helped him. That is why the world has become unbalanced. He behaved as a child who no longer wants to recognize his mother, or like a disciple who, denying his master, no longer wants to hear his teachings. What will happen to this child and disciple? They will be the shame of society. Such has become man. Ah! He is going from bad to worse, and I cry over him with tears of blood. Having received communion, I pressed Jesus on my heart, telling him, "My life, how I would like to do what you did. When you have received yourself in the sacrament of the Eucharist, that you may find in me your own contentments, prayers, and reparations." My kind Jesus said to me, "My daughter, in the small circle of the host, I have everything enclosed. I first wanted to receive myself, that the Father may be glorified worthily, and also so that, subsequently, the creatures can receive a God. In each host are located my prayers, my thanks, and all that is necessary for the glorification of the Father. There is also all that creatures must do for me. Whenever a creature takes communion, I continue in her my action as if I were receiving myself. The soul must transform into me, make its own my life, my prayers, my groans of love, and my sufferings, and also my fiery heartbeat capable of inflaming all souls. When, in communion, a soul does what I did, I feel as if I were receiving myself. And I receive a complete glory, divine contentments as well as outpourings of love that suit me.